guys. Thanks so much for joining the Tuesday night live sale. So guess what, guys? It's Tuesday. We're having a live sale of French ephemera. We're having French paper, French ledgers, French books, all kinds of things. However, I do have some Halloween kits for you guys tonight. So junk journal kits, if you're familiar with the monthly junk journals the kits that I do, these are Halloween kits that are left over from last year. Last year, I did a whole big bunch of Halloween kits and I almost finished the journals. I have 3 journals from last year for Halloween that are still in progress. I will show you the journal that I started from the kit, and you guys can take a peek at that. And then there's just 9 kits available for Halloween journals. We didn't do a Halloween journal this year, a journal kit this year. I'm kind of steering away from Halloween in general. So I don't think we're going to have Halloween kits going forward. So if you are into Halloween, if Halloween is your jam and you want to do a Halloween junk journal kit from me, this is probably your last opportunity for that, because in the future, we're going to focus more on fall versus Halloween. So there's that about Halloween kit. I do have some other kind of go along with Halloween items tonight. They don't have to, but you'll see why they pair nicely with it when I show you them. So there's a couple things like that that are, Halloween themed ish. And the junk journal kit, when I say Halloween, it doesn't have to be Halloween. It was just from Halloween of last year. And I made my journals around Halloween. They were little kid costume, cute Halloween, not scary, vampires, blood, I don't know what else, skeletons. They're not that kind of Halloween. There's nothing in them that is like that, but you could use it for fall or you could use it for Halloween. Anyway, that's that. And I see that we have a couple new people here already. Hello and welcome, new people. Always happy to have new people here. I will just say that, watching on Facebook is not the best experience. If you are on Facebook, pop over to the YouTube channel and watch the sale there. That way you can see all of the comments happening in live chat. Live chat is, where a bunch of people come and they all chat along throughout the sale. Don't feel like you can't talk, even though I'm selling something. Please just chat away if that's what you want to do. It doesn't bother me and it doesn't, impact the sale or anything like that. But if you're new, go ahead and send your registration information over in the text message. All of the instructions for new people are in the description box below the video. And also there's a brief description at the very top of your chat box, and that's pinned up there. I do have a Facebook group, which is more, there's no selling or anything like that in the Facebook group. What happens in the Facebook group is you guys can post things that you've made. It doesn't have to be with only my stuff. It can be with anybody's stuff. Just post things that you've made, whether it be like mixed media art or slow stitching or for junk journals. Anything junk journal related can go in there. And so you're posting pictures of things you made and, getting to see everything everybody else makes, which inspires you to make similar things or different things. I just think the Facebook group is good because there are times where you just want to see a bunch of beautiful junk journal related things, right? So you can just scroll at your own pace. You can go as fast as you want through the posts. If you guys could, please support one another, like those posts, leave them a little heart. If you have time, leave them a little encouraging message. I am running a challenge in the Facebook group for the month of October. You win a $50 Amazon gift card. What the challenge is doing exactly what you would do anyway, which is just share what you've made. Snap a picture of something you made, post a picture in the Facebook group. You don't even have to say anything. You don't have to type out anything. You could literally just post a picture. And then that's it. That qualifies. If you would please, if you're entering for the giveaway, please use the hashtag October JJM challenge. The Facebook group is called Junk Journal Makers. So it's October JJM for Junk Journal Makers and then challenge. And that lets me find all of your posts that you guys are entering for the giveaway. The giveaway works where there is basically 31 days. I started a couple days early this month, but basically 31 days where you can post every single day. And every time you post during this giveaway equals one name in a fishbowl. So I every time you post, I write down your name or I print out your name, and then it goes into a big bowl where I draw a name from, and that person wins a $50 Amazon gift card. We've done this many times in the past. It seems to be something you guys enjoy, so I've continued doing it. And as we get closer to Christmas, there will be some, holiday related challenges, that kind of stuff. But for now, we're just doing a general challenge for October. Okay. So we're going to do a live sale today. The live sales here are about 5 hours. We move through product pretty quickly. There's hundreds and hundreds of items sold to 100 or more buyers a night. And so if you are new, just hang in there. We work through the items pretty quickly. If you don't see something at the moment you're watching, when you first tune in, just stay tuned, because there's a bunch of different categories of stuff we're going to get through tonight. Like I said, I have books, I have ledgers, I have paper packs, ephemera packs, I don't know, a whole bunch of random things from France that are pertaining to junk journals. I'm pretty sure everything tonight is either American or from France itself, with 90% of it at least being from France. So I do have some I do have some shipments coming over right now, and when they get here, I will be filming a little preview video for you guys. So look forward to that too. A preview video. I'm not selling in the video or anything like that. It's just showing you kind of like an unboxing of some of the larger orders that are on their way, because I think it would be fun to see items as they come in before, they get processed and separated out and that kind of stuff. It's more of a kind of like a Christmas opening of packages video, if you like old paper. Anyway, so thank you very much for the thumbs up, Jane. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Okay, so we don't really have a lot of chit chat. I'll give you a couple quick updates. Orders from the last 2-week cycle are already being packed. They are ready to be invoiced. So within the next few days, you will all receive tracking numbers and you will all receive an invoice. If you get a tracking number before you get an invoice, don't freak out. It's fine. Your package will not leave here until your invoice is paid. It just depends on who's doing what at what point. And so we're we're meshing that together at the end, I guess. So if you get a tracking number ahead of an invoice, don't freak out. It's fine. When you pay your invoice, your package will go to the shipping carrier. Otherwise, it just stays here with me. If you sent me a message recently, I have responded to all but 3 messages. Those 3 I will probably get to tomorrow. They're requiring a little bit more attention, that kind of thing. So I will get to those messages tomorrow, but pretty much everything else is caught up. If you are here, which I don't think very many of you are yet, but if you are here for a junk journal kit tonight, there is no kit to sell tonight other than the Halloween kit. So just, if that's what you came for, I'm still working on a Christmas kit. It is going to be a little bit longer. I still have very many things to do and pull together to make you guys a Christmas kit. We have to get things printed. There's still a whole bunch of sorting. Fabric has to be cut. There's a lot of parts to a Christmas kit. And so because it is, I don't know, 150 of them, it takes a long time. So in between doing everything else, I'm going to do them. Just bear with me. They're coming. I'm hoping that we have them soon. On a good note, I am getting my grandson for 24 hours this weekend so that my daughter can go to a wedding. So that's going to be fun. But because he's coming on Saturday and Sunday, I won't be able to work Saturday and Sunday the normal way that I usually do. So that's also why I'm just bear with me for Christmas kits, because I can't build them this weekend either. So anyway, I am doing multiple kits before the end of the year. I'm not sure. One of them for sure will be Christmas themed. The other kit could be used for Christmas or could be used if you don't celebrate Christmas. Some of you have reached out and let me know that you don't celebrate Christmas, which I totally understand. There is a Christmas kit, and then there is a kit that could be more winter. It could be more everyday. It's different than Christmas. So just bear with me while we get those done. They will not come out at the same time. They will come out one pretty much right after another. And the one that is not Christmas is the second journal series I'm going to build. I'm going to build the Christmas ones first, and then I will build the second junk journal kit. And I haven't come up with a theme, like how to call it exactly yet, but I will before we start it. Christmas collage, yes. If you want to jump ahead for Christmas journal making, if you want to jump ahead, pull out all of your Christmas crafting supplies. A lot of us, we don't have the craft space in our craft room to have Christmas stuff out all the time. I don't. I have to pack away Christmas crafting supplies and then get them back out for the most part. And what I'm talking about is like Christmas, maybe scrapbook paper pads, or Christmas Tim Holtz ephemera and things like that. I don't have the space to leave it out all year round. So I do pack it away. I haven't even been able to get into my Christmas stuff yet. And part of that, I do need to separate out and into kits. So that's also part of the problem. But anyway, once you get your Christmas stuff out and you get set up to make Christmas journals, something that you can get started on is master boards. Master boards, even if you don't have Christmas ephemera, Christmas paper, whatever, master boards could be made with red and green Italian Florentine paper mixed in with book pages. And so if you make yourself a couple of master boards, you'll have that jump start, because that is the first thing that I'm going to do when I start making these Christmas journals is I'm going to make master boards. What I use the master boards for is tags and journal cards and pockets. So that's something that you guys can start getting ready. If you know what kit you want to use, there will be some digitals and or a kit released for Christmas this year. But if you know what kit you want, then go ahead and get that prepped and printed and all that kind of stuff. As far as that goes, you know, if you get that part of it ready, you're already pretty much ahead of the game. If you have any German scrap that is Christmas and you get that cut out, if you have your focal points, or if you have Tim Holtz ephemera that you're using, whatever it is, if you get it out and prepped, you'll be ready. Maybe some of us need to dig for Christmas laces or Christmas linens or whatever it is. Just get ready. The kits are coming and we'll get them done. I know. Space is so hard as a crafter, right? Because we like to shop, we like to buy the things. Crafting sometimes can take very minimal supplies and sometimes it can take a lot. So usually our craft rooms are pretty well packed in there. So yeah, a lot of us don't have space to leave out our Christmas. Yep, all year round. Yep. Mine has clear boxes that go on shelving in the garage, but anyway, one of these days I'll have a bigger craft room where I can have at least it put in the craft room and not in a tote in the garage. All right, guys. So how are you all? We have 1.5 more minutes of chit chat before we get to the sale. You vote for a lot. How are you guys? How are you guys doing out there? It's finally started to cool off here. I'm in Arizona. So if you're new and you're wondering where everything ships from, it ships from Arizona. So you have all US shipping unless you are international. Oh my gosh. Thanks so much for joining, guys. They're both, all kits that I make are available. If you are a subscriber, every kit that I come out with, you have the option of purchasing. If you subscribers, like if you subscribed, that runs until you tell me you don't want a kit. The second you say, I don't want this kit, then you drop off of subscription and you just go to, you know, whenever a kit comes out, you come and you claim it if you want it. So I will go over subscriptions again when we pick back up in January of 2026. There is some changes to kits and subscriptions and all that. So I will talk about it, but we will have subscription for junk journal kits in 2026 and next year. And basically, if you subscribe, you will be able to stay on subscription the whole entire time, which means every kit I come out with, which will be no more often than once a month. But as you guys see, it's hard to even do once a month. But every kit I come out with, you'll have the option of just getting it automatically. The only time you need to tell me that you know, don't want it is if there's something like, you know, you don't have time, whatever. But just know if you're on subscription and you say you don't want it, then you lose your subscription spot and you go back to just claiming a kit whenever there is a kit that you like, that kind of thing. Hopefully that answers your question, Carrie. If you are a subscriber, you will automatically get both if you want them, unless you don't want them. The one is supposed to be October and the other one is supposed to be November, although it will come out late November. The second kit will come out late November. And it's more geared for us to build over Christmas, because it's not Christmas, the second kit. It's more winter. It could be every day. You'll see, it'll make sense later. But anyway, one's supposed to be October, one's supposed to be November. We will have kits January, February. That's when we're going to pick back up. I know, I can't wait for them either, but it is a really hard, long process to do them. So I think I answered your questions. I'm scrolling up to see if there's more questions. If you do have a question for me, use all caps so I can see it. I think we're good. I think we're ready to do this. Yes, thank you. Yes. You'll never have to like come and fight for a kit if you are a subscriber. And what I mean by fight for one is next year I hope to have enough, but every kit that I've ever had, other than this Halloween one from last year, has all sold. I just recently sold some extra little things and bits and bobs and a few kits that I found, but for the most part, they all get sold. And I'm very thankful for that. And I want to make sure that everyone who wants a kit can get one going forward. It's just hard, right? Well, of course you need all the kits. That's okay. I like making all the journals. I don't ever make you guys a kit where I'm not willing to make the journal. I mean, otherwise, if I'm not willing to make the journal, then the kit probably isn't that great, right? Like, I don't want to just come out with a kit. I want to come out with a kit that inspires me to make it, that I get excited about making it. So anyway, I will make every journal that comes out. I will make that with you. I will never just sell you a kit. They don't like that. Okay. So we're going to do it. We're going to do it. Thanks so much, guys. I appreciate you all joining. Let's go ahead and flip this camera down and we'll get started. I'm going to show you a little bit. Hello, Rhonda. I'm going to show you a little bit of stuff that is I guess call this a preview for the night. Those papers are there because I need to focus the camera every time. So let me show you quickly. We could just do the Halloween kit first right off. Like, let's just do it. Because we were just talking about kits. It makes more sense to do them, right? So I'm not going to pull them all over here because they're big and they're heavy. But kits are huge. The Halloween kits are huge. Huge kits. Okay, so the kit, it says there's 9 available. The kits have all of these things inside of them. They have rag paper book page. There's a die cut Tim Holtz picture wheel. There was some very vintage Halloween stickers that I took a huge strip of and put them there. There is some Florentine paper. I don't know what else is in here. I can see a milk cap. I can see a milk cap down here. Every time I touch it, it goes away. There's one of those graph dials. Like, there's a lot. Like, it's a fat pack of stuff. This is like the fattest one I think I've ever done. But what it actually makes, because you're like looking at it and you're like, okay, what does it make? So it has the rings, because it makes a ring bound journal. Obviously, you can repurpose whatever is in here. If you don't like making ring bound journals, then don't. Repurpose what is in here to make whatever style journal you like. There's a little sticky on here that says it needs antique ledger page, because this one needs an antique ledger page put in it. This is my work in progress. So this is pumpkin orange. It isn't like traffic cone. It is like a nice fall pumpkin orange. And the reason why I decided to use these humongous vintage bingo cards for my cover is because I liked the fact that we could decorate, we could move these little things. I thought it was cute, right? And so the cards are already all stitched around. They come that way. All of them have the little slidey doors. These are super vintage bingo cards. I don't know how old, but old. Again, this is a work in progress. So I have some pockets, and this was for 3 journals. So I wasn't going to stick every one of these pockets in this journal, but this is pockets for 3. And then mine has this little plastic bee from a marquee sign. Those are in your kits, I think. I'm not sure, but I think they are. This is a page I made. That's a digital I had last year. I don't know if I'm going to redo that or not. Probably not, because I don't have time. But here's another pocket. Again, I did very kid-friendly Halloween, if I did any Halloween at all. And so after I do all the decorative pages like this, I'm going to come in and fill with like coffee dyed paper and things that people can write on for journaling. For right now, I was just focusing on doing things for paper that were in the kit. This orange stock certificate is in the kit. You do have a small assortment of some Tim Holtz Halloween ephemera, a couple of Tim Holtz Halloween papers. There is Tim Holtz stuff in every single one of your packs. There's some cardstock in every one of your packs. There's some, I think there's coffee dyed paper in there. That was just a mixed media page. You get the sacks that you can make the big pocket out of. I think there's a strip in each one. Again, you get the rag paper. There's just a lot of things in the pack. You get this graph dial in the pack. I think you get some like craft tissue that has a black and white floral pattern on it that you could decoupage. And I think that's what I was going to put back here. I made this into a pocket. Again, I made that into a pocket. It's just a cute little ring bound journal. And then when you're done doing these kind of pages, you fill it with the writing pages. I know there's music paper in your kit. I know this black coin envelope is in your kit. I'm pretty sure you got one of these full. This kind of cardstock is in your kit. This is vintage wallpaper. And I was going to lay these on there apparently or something. I'm not sure, but something like that. Hopefully you guys can see it. I'm pretty sure there's these kind of pages in here in your kit. I just figured it'd be easier to show you the journal and dictionary. And then you only get one bingo card. This is important. You only get one bingo card because this piece back here, which is the same thickness as a bingo card, I made out of, it's a sandwich. I took a piece of cardboard and I took watercolor paper and I sandwiched it all together and made this super thick, you can't really see, but super thick cover that matches the thickness of the bingo card. And then I just took black ink around the edge of everything to kind of like blend it together. But you can see with the rings, I have a lot of room where I can add some writing pages and whatever in here. But this is the journal that the kit makes basically. And there's a lot more because I didn't finish my journal, but it's about 7.5 by 8.5. And it's a really cute size because it's big. 7.5 by 8.5 is pretty good size. So anyway, on the front, if you want to, you could make, because it is ring bound, because you know, you could decorate this. You could glue something right on there. I didn't want to do that. I'm going to make a small decorative panel that flips over right here, and that's going to have like more of the decoration, and then that will just flip and you'll have the bingo card. I want to see the bingo card, but I don't want to ruin the bingo card, if that makes sense to you, by gluing stuff to it. You do whatever you want to do with it. These videos for all of this that I've done here, they are already on my channel. They're saved on my channel from last year. I believe they are, unless they had somebody in there that has been deleted from my channel. But I'm pretty sure those videos are still up there. If not, then they're gone because I won't be posting that person's content on my channel anymore. But if not, it's pretty self-explanatory about making a ring-bound journal. You make a template. where you punch your holes in your cover and then you use that template to punch the holes in the same location in all your pages. It's very self-explanatory, even if the content is not there. I think it is, but there is a chance it may not be. It depends. So anyway, there's that. I'm pretty sure that it is up there. I mean, I could look right now, but I'm pretty sure it is up there. Let me just double check quick. If I go back, let's see. Oh, there's a lot of them on here. I'm going to have to scroll through several pages. There's a lot of lives, guys. A whole big bunch of lives. Let's see as far back as the live crafting journal making goes. Let's see. Oh, yes, they're on there. They're all on there. They have a Halloween thumbnail. October of 2024. They are there. So you can make it. You make it right along with me on video. All right, guys, there's only 9, so I won't spend any more time on that. So let's get them in there. Now I realize that they are being sold in the next 2-week cycle. So please be aware of that as well. If you purchase, and I need to kind of go over that because that's always a question for you guys. So I sell for 2 weeks and then your stuff is processed, meaning you get invoiced, your stuff gets packed and shipped to you the following week. So tonight is the first sale of a new sale cycle. I'm going to sell the 7th of October, which is today. I will sell the 9th of October, which is Thursday. Those are my normal sale days. I will sell next week on the 14th because next week is the last week of a ship cycle. I will also sell the 15th, which is Wednesday, which is our special sale day Wednesday. And then I will sell the 16th, which is my normal day. That's 2 weeks of sales, so 5 sales. Then the week of the 20th, your stuff is packed and shipped. Now you will be invoiced every week. That is the goal. I have not invoiced you every week for this cycle, but starting now, you will be. So you should expect, if you shop tonight or you shop on Thursday, you should expect an invoice no later than Monday the 13th. That's for this week. So you should expect to invoice no later than Monday the 13th for whatever you buy tonight and whatever you buy on Thursday. Every invoice that you get has to be paid before you can continue to shop. So right now, nobody has an unpaid invoice unless it's from a very long time ago. So if I'm late invoicing, it doesn't impact you. But if I have invoiced you and you have elected to not pay that invoice, then you don't get to shop until that invoice is paid. And it's not meant to be punitive, even though that's the way I said it. What it's meant to do is to say, well, if you need more time paying this invoice, then let's not rack up more, and get ourselves into trouble. I do try to tell you guys all the time, don't overextend yourself and all that kind of stuff. And I want to very quickly go over the don't extend yourself beyond your means and all that kind of stuff. I know we all want all the stuff. I want all the stuff too. I get it. But when I say please don't extend yourself beyond what you're comfortable with, I mean it from the heart. It keeps me awake at night and I stress out when I know people are having a hard time paying their invoice. I don't want to become a debt collector. I don't like that part of it. It takes the joy out of it and I stress too much. So when I say don't extend yourself, that does not mean literally shop tonight and then 10 minutes after my sale ends, message me and say, I don't want anything that I claimed when I claimed 50 things. It doesn't mean that. If you shop and the sale ends and you didn't say, oh, I changed my mind on this or that, it's yours and you need to be an adult and you need to pay for it. And I hate to use kind of like stern language about that, but a couple of you don't seem to quite understand that when you claim it, you take it away from other people. And one of you very recently, I'm not going to say who because I'm not trying to embarrass this person, But if you claim something and then you change your mind, you can just tell me right here in the live, and then I can sell it to the next person. And it's not a big problem on the channel. It doesn't happen a lot, but I'm just saying, if you claim it, first of all, make sure you really want it before you claim it. Because when you take X, Y, or Z thing, that means maybe there were 2 or 3 other people who wanted it, but you claim it and then you don't pay for it, or you message me and say you don't want it. It's very simple just to say in the live, I would like to give that to the next person in line. And that's fine. And there's no judgment. Nobody's going to get upset with you if you do it here while the sale is going on. But if you wait until the sale has ended, then you need to pay for it. If you wait until weeks have gone by and your item is now packed and shipped, you need to pay for it. I would never go to somebody else's sale or somebody else's thing, business, and do that kind of thing. That being said, if you need more time to pay an invoice, if something happens, by all means, message me and tell me, hey, I had to take my pet to the vet. I need a little more time to pay an invoice. My car broke down. I need a little more time to pay an invoice. I totally get life happen. It happens to me too. It does. So just let me know. But other ways of people recently doing things, not acceptable. It's just not. So we're going to move on from there. We're going to do this. I hope that you guys are understanding all of that. Oh my. Okay, Halloween kits. Here we go. And I'm just going to call them Halloween, but please know they're not. There's nothing other than Tim Holtz things and vintage stickers that are Halloween. And there is plenty of other fall-ish things in here to use. All right, Halloween 2024 Junk Journal Kit. They are 65. They're always been 65. And there's only 9. So please understand there is only 9. I can't make more. And it's going in right now. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay, it went in. So, and I really did want to say that, like talk about the invoicing and all that kind of stuff, because it happened last week. And it happened from a couple of people. I just want to go over what is appropriate and what is really taking advantage of the situation. And so I hope that those people are understanding about me saying that. I didn't name names, and I'm certainly not trying to embarrass anybody, and nobody knows other than me and you. So we're all good. This is the Halloween. I'm typing it in the spreadsheet. Halloween journal kit. And we're going to go 1 a piece. I know you guys probably know that, but we're going to go 1 a piece because there's only 9. Let's go ahead and get this list done. Here we go. Almost. Way too many spreadsheets open right now. Oh my goodness. There we go. We did it. So these ones go to Danny H is in first. Thank you, Danny. I appreciate that. Danny H. And please post pictures if you're going to make it, or if you're making a different Halloween journal or kit or whatever you're making it from, just post pictures in the Facebook group. I don't have anything against Halloween like that. I just am not going to be crafting specific for Halloween, I think. Maybe unless my daughter decides to let my grandchildren do Halloween, then maybe I will make a journal at some point for my grandkids for Halloween. I don't know. I'm just kind of moving away from it, I guess. So I am going to have to type the names a little bit different tonight. I forgot. Danny. Perfect. Then we have Beth. And we do Beth CZA. Perfect. Okay. There's Beth and Danny. Then I have Concelia. And there we go. And Catherine. Catherine, she's saying please. Catherine, thank you. And Margaret. And Peggy. And then I see Randy. After Randy, Rhonda Baum. And let's see, that is, we have one more person, and that one is going to, I see Concelia again, but we got her. We're going to Deborah K. I'm not sure if that's the same or different. Concelia and Concelia. Do we have a new Concelia in the house, or is that the same account? That's your mom? Okay. I understand. I appreciate it. We're gonna go to Danny H, Beth C, Concelia W, Catherine R, Margaret L, Peggy H, Randy R, Rhonda Baum, Deborah K. I have to do the names different every time, so I'm going to tell you guys how I'm doing them, and I'm going to ask for your guys' assistance in doing the names this way. So instead of typing your first and last name, for those of you that, so if your name is your YouTube channel, like Sarah W, Daniel B, if your name is your YouTube channel, you don't have to do anything different. But if you are typing your whole first name and your whole last name because your YouTube name is different, all I need, if you have shopped here before, is your first name and the first 3 of your last name. And that allows you guys a little bit more privacy too, because then your full name isn't out there. So all I need is first name and last name, first 3 initials. Hopefully that makes sense. I'm sorry for people who missed out. I do understand. There were a lot of people who missed out. I see that. I do apologize. Thank you very much for purchasing the last 9 that I had, though. I do appreciate that. It does help clear out a bin. And eventually there will be 3 finished journals that will be available for sale. I don't know when, but eventually there will be. I even thought about selling them in their current state for someone else to finish, but then I was like, that's not really fair either, like selling them a half-done journal. So anyway, we're moving on. We're going to do these beautiful French calendar cards. I will have other kits, many other kits. I know you guys are like, we haven't had a kit in a long time. We had one in July. That was the last one. July, and I try my hardest, but it takes so long to put them together. Okay, so these are calendar cards. There's one small one that looks like that. There's a larger one that looks like this. Oh, this is 2. I'm like, I thought they had something else on the back. This is 2. So there's one that looks like that. Another one that looks kind of like that, has red on both sides, where this one has red and black. Okay. Then there's this one. Looks like that. There's this one. There's one that has a map that kind of flips up or something. The map is pretty much gone, but some collage bits there. And then it has this beautiful scene and calendar on the backside. So there's that one. And then there's this one, and this one is in better condition. You get the map of France, opens up, and you get, I think there's a couple pages here of information. There is. And then there's a pink calendar back there. And then you get this scene on the front side. I will show these in more detail as we do them too, but I just want you to know what is available. The last one is this one. And it has only this page, no map. And I think this page is glued down. It may not have been originally glued down, but it is glued down now. I don't know. But there's that. So we have 1891. I'm going to ABC these. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. Sometimes YouTube is just kind of mean to people. Yes, I do see you. You were right after Deborah K. I do. Deborah RM, I see you. This one is 1891. So I'm going to show you the picture. I'm going to attempt to show you the picture. There's the picture. This is 1891. This is our A. Our B is 1893. So this one is the one with no map. That's the last one I showed you. This one is the most perfect and clean, like nearly mint condition. And that's 1893. And there's the photo or picture. They all have gold around the edges for these Victorian ones. And this one has partial map. It's kind of torn. And that's 1890. And there's the image for that one. So I'm going to ABC just these three. And then we're going to do the ones that look like this. And they don't really have that Victorian scene on them. But they're still the thick calendar cardboard cards. And then last, we'll have this one in that. Well, I guess we could put it in here, actually. So we will. This is a piece of ribbon that is from something. But here's this little guy. And he'll be in this round too. This right here, this is like green tarnish. I don't know how else to explain it. Maybe the gold, because this is gold bordered. Maybe the gold started tarnish. I kind of think it looks cool, but it is a little greenish. Like, you know how like costume jewelry, if it's really cheap, might turn green. That's kind of, I think, what's happening here. So I'm going to ABC these. We're going to do them. When you want one to claim, if you've never claimed before, here's how you claim. You claim for this is a multiple choice round. So you would type in ME, which says me, to let me know you want one. And then you would type A, B, C, or D for whatever one it is that you wanted. If there's not a multiple choice round, if it's just like, you know, you're just claiming one thing or whatever, you can just type me. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, you know, you don't have to say a letter or whatever. If you just want one and you're worried one might sell out, like if you just choose A and there's only one A, even, you know, if you're second in line, if the first person took A, you're not going to get A. If you just want one of whatever's on the table and you don't care what one you get, just type the word any, me, any, and that will let me know. Hopefully that makes sense. I'm kind of losing my train of thought here. So I'm going to do B at 65. And I'm going to do C at 50. So 2 50s and a 65. And it's based off condition. He is really, really perfect. And then this little guy, he's super cute, but he is pretty small. So let's do him at 25. And he's D. So for this round, you're going to claim me, the letter of your choice. And then the part I always forget is please, if you are new here, type in your first name and your last name, because I don't know who you are. If you have been here before and your user ID is different than your name, type in your first name and the first 3 letters of your last name. And if your user ID is the same as your name, just say me. Hopefully that's explainative enough. Okay, let's do this. All right. These are French, antique, and I need to measure them. Calendar cards. They're actually for hanging on the wall, and they are quite large. So they measure 10 1/4 inches by 8 and almost a half. Basically 8 1/2. The little guy is about 6 by about 4. A little over 6 by 4. Okie doke. And he does have a metal eyelet right there. They're already priced on the table, so it just says calendar cards go. And there we go. Diana B is in first, and she's claiming A. Diana B. Thank you very much, Diana. I'm going to write very lightly on these. Maybe I am if this pen decides to work. Diana B. Thank you. All right, that's it. I don't see anyone else claiming. So I guess I'm keeping the other calendar. So I have B available for 65. And I have C available for 50. And I have the small guy available for 25. There we go. Okay, let's move on and do these next ones. I just dropped the little guy. Let's move on and do the next ones. So we have this guy here for 1942. There we go. There we go. And this guy, what year is this? 1945. This is 1945. Then I have this one. And this one looks like it lifts up. It does lift up. And it has some information. I don't think the other ones lift up, but this guy does. And I don't know what year, but I would guess in the 40s. I don't see it. I would guess the 40s. So there's that guy. I have another one that looks very similar to that. There's that one. And then last but not least, I have this one. There we go. And these ones are like a list of holy days. This is also a list of holy days on that side and that side. Same. All of the other ones, these four are holy days. And this one is for the year, but it also is holy days, just so you know. I mean, they're all for the year, but that one has the year on it. These are holy days. Okay. Are we ready? French, I know. French. I'm going to call them calendar cards. And they're holy days. I think they're 1940s for all of them, but only a few of them are marked. So we're going to do it like that. And then I'm going to ABC them in case there was something specific that you wanted on the table. This one has a pink border around it. These two are gold. This one is yellow and this one is gold. So in case that matters, there we go. So A is 22. B is yellow and he's 22. They're all going to be the same price because they're all the same size. So there we go. And if anybody rewatches this video later, you can claim anything that you see that didn't sell by texting me and letting me know what item it is. And for something like this, you'll need to tell me which one. And you can just text me to claim it after I'm not live. Okay, here they go. I know you can't really see them, but they're there. They're there. Perhaps no one is into calendar cards, but so you might be like, okay, well, what do we do with it? For something like this, I would just bend it in half and make a journal cover. It's thick cardboard. You might have to cut it in half and make a front and a back cover and then adhere this to something else to make a journal cover. But for me, these were like journal covers or a layering element cut in half on a journal cover. So that's what I was thinking for these ones. Now, these other ones over here, I think that they're more like you hang it on the wall. You think it's cool. You think it's cute. Maybe you scan it and turn it into a digital, something like that. Those ones were from the 1800s. Okay, so there's the calendar cards. We did them at least. They've been sitting here for forever. So now at least I know they were done. And let's move on. We're going to move on to... Let's do some Halloween-ish kind of paper packs. And I pulled these. They're not Halloween, really. And I'm not trying to be offensive. But what these are sets of morning stationery and morning letters and that kind of stuff. So throughout the world, really, but a lot in France, if you were writing a condolence letter, or if your family was in mourning because a family member had died, or a business partner, associate, whatever had died, you might write your letter on mourning. It's called mourning stationery. Mourning stationery literally is black bordered letters and envelopes. Sometimes it was to notify someone that someone had died, and they used this stationery because it reflects condolences. It reflects care and love, that we cared and loved enough to actually use the appropriate stationery to write the mourning letter on, right? So I have several different pack-ups. These are very large envelopes, and they have this nice shape to them. And inside of them, they actually have stationery. And we'll look at each one, but I'm doing the overview. So they'll have stationery inside of this very large envelope. Then I have some packs of, each one of these has 4 different letters in it. Most of the letters are written in the 1860s or 1800s. You might find something in here from the 1900s. I honestly mostly saw 1800s, didn't really see anything else. But there's the packs of letters. So those. I then have packs of tiny, tiny little mourning envelopes. There's 9 in here, and there's 3 different styles and sizes of little black bordered mourning envelopes. And all of this is antique French stationery. These envelopes are very much the same as these ones. So this is a second set, but inside of one of them, there's blank stationery, and inside of the other set of them, there is a printed stationery, like a printed letter, basically. So some you have blank stationery, some you have printed letters. And then I have these very large envelope packs, and inside of the packs of envelopes, they have a bunch of tiny little envelopes, all condolence, but they're a pack of small envelopes in a big envelope. So there's that. And so why am I bringing them at Halloween? Not to be, disrespectful or whatever, but for me to use the black border, I can use it anytime. I can use it for any style of journal. It doesn't have to have anything to do with Halloween. But I thought maybe if you were making something Halloween, you would do it. You would like it, right? But even in a normal journal, we use black and white, French ladies from French fashion magazines, or we use book page that has black and white text on it. So it doesn't have to be anything about that, but it could be if you want it. So that's why I'm bringing them. There's 5 different packs. Let's go ahead and get through these. I see Danny H for E on the last round. Let me pull that. Danny H for E. Wait. E on the last go? Did we have E on the last go? We did. The pink one. Danny H. Thank you very much. I've put your name on it. Danny H. I appreciate it. For these, I'm going to put them in like A and B so that we can move through them faster. We're going to do these 2 first. Like I said, the envelopes are the same. What's inside is different. Thanks for joining for the live sale, guys. I really appreciate it. So again, they're very large envelopes. I think just this as a template would be cool too. Envelopes measuring about 8.5, a little over that, by 5 3/4. Okay. And this is the little flap for the envelope. It's a very, very different shaped flap. And then your A selection is going to have the blank stationery. A just has a nice blank piece of stationery in it. That's A. B is the same envelope, and it has the printed stationery. And it actually, if you get B, is 2 pages. And it is about maybe this person's funeral. Not really sure, because I don't read French. But it is cute. I mean, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but the B one has a folded letter. The A is a single piece of paper like that. There we go. We're going to do them. We have A and B. Sid wants a calendar. Okay. No, they're already priced, Danny. I've got your name on yours. Is that what you're asking? Yeah, they were all 22 in that round, yes. It was the black and white with pink border, Danny. And then Sydney, I need to know which one, Sydney. I need you to rewind or whatever and let me know which calendar card. So the one that you chose is E, and it has a pink border around it. This is for Danny. It has a pink border. I don't know if you can see it as pink, but it is pink. That's the one. If you want a different one, Danny, let me know. But that's the one that E was, okay? All right. Sydney will have to let me know which one that she wants. For these guys here, you're going to claim A or B. Limit of one each as long as everybody gets one, or to help everybody get one. If there's extras left available afterwards and you want a second, you can definitely let me know that. So I'm going to type this in. There we go. Stationery. This is antique and this is French. I don't know if I need to say it, but there it is. Antique French. I'm not getting that. There we go. 2 seconds. Sorry. There's always something. I think we've got it. And so for these ones, it doesn't matter which one you choose. For these ones, it's going to be $15 per set. And it is just one letter in one envelope. They're very large. Usually you do not find them this big. Usually you find them small or like a 4x6-ish size is the biggest I've ever seen before. All right, we have, I'm just going to sticky these. We have Sydney for B. Sydney, and she wants B. And she wants 2, but for now we're giving her 1. So I have A and B back here so that you guys don't have to see glare either. So Sydney, I've got you 1B. Then we have Diana for an A. And thank you for the names, the assistance with the names. I appreciate it. Diana B for an A. Thank you. Then after Diana, we have Daniel, and he would like the B. Daniel. Thank you. After Daniel, we've got Catherine, and she would like the B. I've got one more B left. Okay. And then after Catherine, we've got Carrie G, and that takes this B. Carrie G. So now I only have A's, and the person next in line wants an A, so that works out. Carrie G. And next is Mickey. Mickey S would like an A. Thank you. The next person is Margaret, but I don't have a B. Lena, I don't have a B. So all I have left are 2 A's. Anybody for the last 2 A's? Even if you already got one, you can claim. It's fine. I just have 2 left. 2 A's. And I didn't tell you because I forgot, but one of them is actually addressed. One of the envelopes, this one. Daniel, let me know, Daniel, if you do not want this, but it is actually addressed. Daniel, just let me know if you don't want that one. Okay, Daniel will also take an A. So 1 A left. Moving on. Daniel, let me know if you do not want your B. Okay, here we go. I want it. Good to go. Good to go. 1 A remains. It is $15 and I'm going to label it in case somebody comes in later. There we go. Let's move on. We've got the little envelope packs now. So all of these packs are exactly the same. There's no difference. And in each one of them, there's 9 little envelopes. I'm going to move those just so you don't get so much glare. But so you get 3 of each style. You get 3 of these little guys. They look like this. They have little flap, pointed flap that goes like that. See how they're curved? Like they're not cut straight, they're curved by design. I really like these. So there's 3 of that size, and I will measure quickly, or at least put a measuring tape out there for you. There's 3 of these, 3 of these, which are our typical kind of, flap envelopes. And then there's 3 that look like this, and they have this little, it almost looks like a shield, kind of like it would tuck into something, but it doesn't tuck into anything. It's just the way the envelopes are. And there's 3 of those. So you can see that these are pretty small. The largest one here measures 4 inches by 2.5. So very small. All right, Sydney. A and C flip page for the calendar cards. A and C. A is gone. Oh, you mean the second round ones. Sydney, there were 2 rounds of calendars. You mean the second round ones, right? I think you mean the second. It's hard to do the after the fact. A and C for the ones. They don't have flip pages, so the C has a flip page. That's what you mean, I think. I think you mean these 2. Yes, Sydney? Yes, I think so. Okay, Sydney's name is on them. Thank you. We've got them. Awesome. There we go. Now we have just a couple calendars from the first round, 1 or something left from the second, and 1 pack of the A stationery from the last round. Okie doke. I'm going to call them tiny little Condolence envelope pack. There's 9 in there. I'm just going to say there's 9 so people don't get confused. There's 9 envelopes in there. And we're going to do the packs for $16. And there they go. We're going to do packs for $16. I'm going to put these back in there. And these, I have 2, I have 4, I have 7, only 7. Okie doke. Since these are all the same, we're going to do them like this. Tiny little Condolence envelope pack. And there we go. Perfect. First person in for these is Danny H. And she would like 1. There we go. After Danny, I've got, I typed the name wrong. Danny, perfect. It's going to take me a long time to do this new way. Deborah K, thank you. Cece. After Cece, Diana. Cece, can you remind me of the first 3 of your last name? I know it's R, but I don't remember exactly how to spell it. Thank you. Okay, so then we have Mickey. And then after Mickey, Sydney. And Sydney, remind me the last 3 of your, or the first 3 of your last name. Sorry, it's the first 3 of your last name. Sydney. After Sydney, I've got Catherine. And then Rhonda. And I think, wait, is that too many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's too many. Rhonda, I'm sorry. I only have 7. I swear I am not new, but I am acting like new today. Hello, Joyce. Nice to meet you, Joyce. Thank you for attending the live sale and welcome. RICs. I did do it RIC. I was guessing, but thank you. Yep. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so that's those. We did them. These are tiny Condolence. This is going to take me forever like this. Yeah. New system for everything. Not finding it super user friendly yet. Okay, we have another envelope pack and we'll do the letters last. These envelope packs I only have 5 of. I don't have very many. They do have an assortment of envelopes in each pack. I think they are all the same, but they could vary slightly. So there's that. You get the 1 larger envelope, and you can see this envelope has been laying around for a long time. It's by no means like perfect new envelope, but there's that one. And you get some of the ones we just saw, like this little guy with the little, he almost looks like he latches in, but he doesn't. And then we haven't seen these ones yet. There's 2 cute little ones like this. Okay, so there's 2 of those. Then there's 2 of these. So this is the same. So there's 2 of those. 1 of these. A different little flap. Are these the same? Nope, these are different. Different. I really like these ones. They look like little tuxedos. Anyway, there's 2 of those. And there's 2 of these. So they look like that. And they have purple on the inside. I think that shows, but purple. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10. So there's 10 total envelopes in these ones. Now we're going to call these, I'm going to call them just regular Condolence envelope pack. And these guys are going to be 22. And we're going to do them oh my goodness. French Condolence envelope pack for 22. There's the go for them. And I have 5, right? I think so. And if Rhonda comes in for these, I am giving her first dibs because I accidentally called her for the last one and then didn't have it. So I will wait a minute to see if Rhonda would like one, but she's in first, so it didn't matter. Rhonda's like, I don't want to miss these ones. Thank you, Rhonda. I appreciate that. So Rhonda's first. Got her. Thank you. And then we have Carrie G. And Deborah K. And after Deborah, Diana. And last one will go to Catherine. Catherine. Did I see Sydney's last name up here? I don't know why I can't remember things. Thank you. I see it now. I just can't. The new system is killing me. It really is. Okay, so we did that. Perfect. We did. Thank you for those who have been trying and missing out. I do appreciate it. This one is just slightly larger than the other two. I appreciate it. I do have more letters than I think I had of anything else. So there's those. And now I have letters. The letters are all different. So there isn't like the same stationery every time either. Some of the pieces of stationery are the same. On many of these, they wrote both directions. So they wrote this way until they didn't have any more space. And well, a lot of these letters open up, but then they also wrote this way. So you'll see that on several of them. They wrote both directions. Some of them have some kind of like header at the top of the letter, like this one does, that one does. I think all of them are dated, but you'll see that the letters are different sizes. Like I said, lots of them are 2 pages. So I have 2, 4, 6. I have 7 of these also. We're going to just take a look at a couple quick. There were 4 letters in every pack, but some letters are 2 pages. So for instance, this is 1 letter and it opens up like this. So you could put this right into the signature of your journal. Super cute. It's written in both directions. That's 1 letter. This is another letter. This one is dated 1901. And it opens up like that. And there's the back with the writing both ways. So there's the second letter. This is the 3rd letter. That's the 3rd, and here's the 4th. And this is dated 1869, and it is 1 page. It's a double page like this, and a single page like this. So whatever the total pages of the letter was, you got it. So 4 letters per pack. And I tried to give you like different sizes so that, you know, it's more fun. And plus, maybe you were scanning them. I don't know. So I tried to give you different. But we're going to look at one more pack. And then we're going to do them. Yes, definitely if you're into Halloween and you want that kind of thing for it, for sure. So this guy opens up like this, and he has the little monogram at the top. There's that guy. Then you have this one here. This is dated 1888. And then you have this one. And then you have this one. That's the back. This is the front. It starts here and then it's written the other way, like it was folded like this or something, and they just wrote like a little bit extra down there at the bottom. But it opens like this. And there you go. So you get 4 in every one. Doesn't matter how many pages, but 4. We're going to do these. 7 of them. And a lot of people do collect the condolence things. I don't know, but we're just saying. Some people do. Some people like that kind of stuff. We're going to do antique French condolence letters. There's 4 letters, 4 pack. And for these, they're going to be, I'm going to do them at 44. Usually 1 letter like this can be like $16 to 20 something dollars per letter. It just depends. So they are 44. You get 4 complete letters in there. There's the go. I will type them in. And the first person is Deborah K. After Deborah K, Diana B. After Diana, Sydney, thank you, and Catherine. Now, I know some people have been trying for some things and missing out. Hang in there. I do have things throughout the night where I have like 60 of, so we'll be fine. I just have a limited quantity on these. Let me get these labeled quick and then we will move on. Condolence. Letters. Awesome. And then I don't want to confuse what is what. These guys. Thank you guys very much for hanging out with me. How many of you are making Halloween journals? I'm just curious, how many people are actually making the Halloween journals? Like whatever kind of journal, whatever kit, just how many people are actually making Halloween journals this year? All right, so far, just to recap, I have one of these available at $15, and it's a piece of stationery and a very large envelope. I have that available. I have the small calendar at $25, and I have C available at $50, and it has partial map on the back. And I have B available at $65, and it has a map on the back. I have D available at $22, looks like that. And I have B available at $22, and it looks like that. That's what I have left so far. Here we go. Moving on. All right, let's see who's making a Halloween journal. Shauna's making one, maybe, unless she's coming in for the letters. She might have been. Alice says I am, so I know Alice is answering me. Alice and Cheryl, somebody's already got them done. I forget your name already. Jody, not me. Lois is on your to-do list. Lynette's making Dark Fairy Journal. Rose said she made one a few years ago. Catherine's is on her list. Susan's, you did one. So yeah, some of you made it with me last year. Joyce, thank you. Sorry, Joyce. It will take me a minute. Usually after I see your name, invoice you, ship you, it gets in my brain the more I see it. So thank you for putting that in there. You do year round, so it's in your wheelhouse. I can't even say that tonight. Awesome. True crime junkie. Awesome. Awesome, guys. I appreciate all junk journal making. It doesn't matter to me what it is. Awesome. Okay, let's move on and do the Condolence book. So there's only one of these. It's a water dropped silk patterned cover, right? That's the patterned cover. It is a true Condolence book where this was at somebody's viewing or funeral or whatever. I'm not really sure where they had the Condolence book, but it has condolences written in here from various people. This is a blotter sheet, so you really could tear this out and move this throughout the book so that the ink didn't bleed through the pages. There is one between every page, so I guess that's okay. But it's all written and filled in here. This is a blotter sheet. It's written and filled in here. Written on there, blotter sheet there, written on, blotter sheet, written on, blotter sheet. The blotter sheets are really cool too. They're very fibrous because they're meant to catch the ink. There's this one that's written on, blotter, written on, blotter. Then we get to blank. So you can see the staples here. Half of the book is written, half of the book is blank, I believe. Unless somebody just found a blank page and said they wanted to write on it. You know how people are. So anyway, there's several pages of blank. As many as the front, front section, right? So there's blank in here. And then in the very back, pasted into the book is the little, I think this is the notice of whose condolence book this was. Like for who the funeral would have been at, probably. Again, I don't read French. But that is pasted so it would kind of sit up like that while the people were writing in the book. Yeah, how it would work like on a table at a funeral. Like that, basically, I believe. So I'm going to measure the book, and we're just doing this as a whole book. It's not, it's not my thing, but maybe it's somebody else's thing. And I just want to talk quickly about the entries. The entries do have people's addresses, so it's their name and their address. It doesn't have their full address. It just has like a city or a street, but not their full address. And this is from a very long time ago. I don't know if it says the year back here. I think they were born, I don't know. It's December 3rd, but I don't see a year. It's a 4-digit telephone number, so it's pretty old. It says 1860 up here, so I don't know. But I don't think it's 1860s. It's probably around 1900. I don't know. You guys will have to do more. Again, it says founded in 1860, but I'm pretty sure it's like 1940s. I don't know. It might be even 60s. But there's the book. I'm going to measure it for you quick. We are at 12 inches tall. So again, if you want to make tall skinny journal, it's 12 inches by 6 1/4. Good size for a big tall skinny, right? A big tall skinny. Here we go. Here we go. It's a French condolence book. We're going to do it for $65. It's kind of an oddity kind of a thing. So it's $65. I just have one. I think the pages are cool. And I think the blotter sheets I could pull out and put in even like a shabby chic journal. They're really cool little Paris blotter sheets. You could make little strips of names. I'm not sure. There's a million ways to use it, I guess. This is going to Sydney. Thank you, Sydney. And this is tagged. Perfect. Moving on. I have some books for you all tonight. I don't have a million books tonight. Tonight is not an all book night, but I do have some books for you all. And then we have paper packs. So we'll see how much we get through. Okay, I have tiny books. I have French dictionaries. I have large French rag paper books from the 1700s and the 1800s. I have a fabulous collection of embossed leather books. So leather cover, and they're all different leather embossing. So I have a fabulous collection of those. I have tinies. Cute little tinies. We'll look at those. I think those are a lot of, there's some 1700s tinies to come. They're right over there. Anyway, these ones I think are really cute. So we'll look at those. Then these are the 1700s tinies. 1700s, but they're very small books. These are the 1800s large books. And these are quite large. They're upside down, but they're quite large. Then these are the 1700s large, and I want to start there. So 1700s large books. We have, these four are all the same series. They're all books about history, right? You can see the covers are kind of rough. They're leather covers, but they're definitely worn leather covers. They do have a gold border around them, and there is this cute little gold flower in the corner of every one, but they're pretty worn. So there's that. You can see we do have a marbling on the book block or speckling on the book block. Some covers are better than others, so probably this one has the best cover, then this one, then one of these two. But I'm going to show you inside the book, and then we're going to let you claim which one because this one is thinner. So this is a 1700s marbled paper. Amazing rag paper in these since they're 1700s. It's the history of philosophy and politics, I believe, but it's from 1773. And the rag paper in these is so beautiful. Has a beautiful front page. And then you've just got gorgeous, gorgeous rag paper. I don't know, there's some other decorative pages in here, but for me, I really like the fact that it's got the header at the top of the page with the page number. I think that that's cute, and I look for pages that look different when I put them in journal signatures. This is a book where you're going to be able to pull these pages out and put them right into your journal. They're the right size, which brings me to finding my measuring thing. This one is 5 inches, a little over 5 by 8. So this is the large size, 5 by 8. They're all from the same history series. The smallest one here has about 300 or exactly 300 pages. Okay. So even the smallest one has 300 pages. The fattest one might be this one. And it has about 430. So every one of them has the marble paper and the beautiful picture on the inside. Now that I've said that, I need to verify, but I'm pretty sure it does. Yes. And yes, they all do. So we're going to put these in. Ooh, this one is a little different, but very, very nice. I'm going to hold it up because it is different. Very cute. We're going to do these. ABC. A whole world happened before what we think, right? A whole entire world. Because there's AD and BC. So a lot happened in the world before what we think of as history. There's that. Okay, and since these are large, and since these are 1700s, and since they're full of my favorite kind of rag paper, obviously, if we do the smaller size 1700s at 68, the larger size one is they're more expensive for me to buy, and that, and plus we don't find them very often. It is really kind of hard to get larger ones like this, and they do still fit into a junk journal. So anyway, we're going to do them at 90. The regular ones are 68, so it's not that big of a leap, but I think it's worth it. You get ones in different size pages, or you get different size pages, and you're getting 300 or 400 and something of them. So I think it's fine. We're going to do them. There's only those 4, and then there's 4 of different 1700s rag paper books. So if this isn't your style, there's 4 different ones. Let's get these in. 1700s. Rag paper, antique French books, and I'm gonna say history, but it it's not like our history. Anyway, they are 90. Here they go. Yes, rag paper. I always will tell you. And these go to, we have Diana B is in first, and she would like the C. Diana. Perfect. Thank you, Diana. After that, we have Lena. Lena, thank you. Lena, remind me the first 3 of your last name, please, so I can write it on your tag. Then we have one for Annie, and then Sydney is next, and Sydney says D, C, A. So A is next for Sydney. Sydney. Thank you. This one will go to Karen. Karen Jorg. Good, good. And I just need Lena. Last three of your last name, or I'm sorry, first three of your last name, Lena. I cannot get it in my head. First three of your last name. So I can write it on your tag. The next four of the large ones, and this is the last four of the large ones. Then I have 1800s large books, okay? But these are the last four. I need to give myself just a tiny bit more room. Look like this. Here we go. So I have two of these kind. And inside, history again. These ones are from 1740. Okay, 1740. A little bit different kind of history. And these pages are fabulous. The 1700s books are always amazing, right? And so it's telling you what years it covers, I think, like the chronological years, but look at every page. Look at every single page. Every single page basically has like a little ledger in the column over here. It's almost in the margin over here. But every page front and back has that. And these are fabulous. Fabulous rag paper. Fabulous. Even the back of the column. Pretty much to the last page. And just so you know, there were 495 pages in this one. And then we go to this book. Again, same one, 1740. There's the front page in this one. And this one does not have, so A will have the little ledgery part. This one does not have that. It's 2 columns of text. And it's the actual like written entry. I don't know how else to explain this, but it's like the little written entries. It's almost like a dictionary, but it's the chronological history. Hopefully this makes sense to you. So there's A, then there's B. This is C. C is a chunky monkey. Because it's rag paper. It's made from rags. So rag paper is a different type of paper. And so this has the marbled paper inside. And this one is 1783. And this is a medicinal book. So it's like domestic medicine. It has a little introduction, which is a fancy little page. And so if you're into medicine at all, and it goes through all of the health conditions that they knew at the time. And it basically describes the health conditions. So I know I saw fever in here. I don't know what else I saw. All of the medical terms that they knew in the 1700s, which obviously medicine has come a long way. So don't use this for medicine. Not that anyone would, but just saying. It's kind of interesting in that aspect that medicine has come a long way. This one has about 580 pages in it. Lovely, like 1700s rag paper is very lovely. This is an actual little, I don't know, tag that was fallen out of that book. So there's that. Then we have this one. This one is special. It has some added in pages where someone has added in a couple of very thick rag paper pages and they've handwritten their own little notes. Whatever this book is about, they've written their own little notes about it. And so some is on robin's egg blue paper. And so it is a dictionary of the Bible. This one is actually dated 1806. It was in my 1700s bin, but it's 1806. And it's a dictionary of the Bible, and they've put some notes in there. And they've written on the back of the title page. They've added in another couple pages here. And they've written on this little bit of the advertisement. And then eventually we get out of the advertisement and into the book. Okay, so it looks like it's the history of the Hebrews maybe, and it's in chronological order possibly, but it is a dictionary, and it's talking about things that related to the Bible. So there's that one, and you can tell this one is a cotton rag paper. If I hold it close, do you see how bumpy the texture on the paper is? Sometimes you can see it, sometimes you can't. But this is all laid rag paper. It's got this bumpy, unique texture to it. It feels like a cotton t-shirt, a repper cotton t-shirt, but a cotton t-shirt no less. And so this one is cotton rag paper, and a lot of the other ones are linen rag paper. But there's that. There is a video on my channel. I've talked about rag paper a lot. There is a video out there that explains, but we just saw some other writing in the margins. So just expect some pages to have a little writing in the margin. And then there's another page back here. And they used to maybe have a wax seal here or something, but those are gone because I saw the same thing here. So this is this one. So all very different books, right? Very different. So I'm going to ABC them. I got some book crumbs there. And this is the one with the tables, right? So A is that guy. And A is going to be 170. Now that is 1700s. B is the same part to the A book, but it doesn't have the table. And he's just going to be 95. Okay, so there's A and B. If somebody wants A and B together, they will get both A and B together because they are part of a set. This is the book that's on medicine. So C is the medicine book. So medicine. And because it's medicine, it's a little bit more of a unique subject. It's 140. Medicine books, different people collect them. Doctors collect them. People like to give them as gifts to doctors, whatever. But medicine books in general are usually worth more money. D is the dictionary with the handwritten parts to it. And that guy, because he's a dictionary again, he's 160. So there's those. These ones are the large size books. So on the table, the D is probably just slightly bigger, and it is 5 by 8 and an eighth. This is 5 by 8. That is 5 by 8. Okay, here we go. These ones, I'm just going to put 1700s rag paper book and go because they're all different and they're differently priced. And if anyone wants one of these, let me know. And again, if somebody claims A and B together, they will take preference so that I don't have to split up the set. Diana B is getting A and B. She is first in for both of those. Diana B, thank you. I really like those, Diana. That was a good pick up for you. I like them. And then C is next. Daniel, I see you, but you are after Diana. B is gone. Rebecca P says any. Sherry down here, Sherry M is claiming the D first. So we're going to give Sherry M the D. Sherry M, thank you. And that means C goes to Rebecca P. Thank you, thank you. MOR, thank you very much. I can't remember all of them all. I'm sorry. It takes me a little bit. I know that you have shopped here for a long time. However, the last names and writing the last names on the tags is not something I normally do because like we only have one Lena right now. The problem is I need to set it up for when we don't have more than one Lena. So bear with me while we do this little growing thing we're doing here. Okay. This is all the same series. All of the Catherine and Margaret, do I need to do something for either of you? I see a conversation happening, so let me know if I need to do something, Catherine and Margaret. Just put it in all caps and tell me what I need to do. This is all the same series. This is from early 1800s, I think. They are not dated that I can see, but I believe these are early 1800s. I don't think they're 17s. They're very close to 1700s rag paper. I was touching it and feeling it earlier. What makes me think they're 18 and not 17 is the binding. I think if they were bound a little differently, different covers, I would think that they were 1700s, but you'll see. So all together, I have 7 of them. You can see the number 8 book is smaller. The 7 is slightly smaller. And then 2, 3, 4, 6, and 9 are about the same thickness. Just the 7 and 8 are slightly thinner. Okay. These have very nice covers. I'm going to lay them out there as best I can, but they're very nice covers. Very good condition. Yes, they're, a scuff here or there, whatever, but very nice covers overall, right? There's that. And again, these are the large size. On the inside, you got a little title page here, but this is the year, but this is the other dating system. And I'm not sure if this is 1807, if this is 18... I don't know what this is. They've changed their dating system in Paris or in France at different periods in time, and I'm not sure. I know it's saying 7, but I don't know exactly what that corresponds to. I think it's 1800s, but I don't know anything other than that. So you can see that this is like Machiavelli, I believe. Not sure, but that's what I'm guessing. And it is lovely rag paper throughout the book. Just lovely laid rag paper. And again, it's about a 5x8 size we'll measure, but so if you just want hundreds of pages of lovely rag paper, this one's like 580. These books are for you, but they're all the same. You got your silk ribbon bookmark and some. All the same. Just lovely rag paper in a large size. So to measure them, they measure, it is about 4 3/4 by 7 and I'm just going to call that 8. I mean, it is so close to 8. It's like 7 3/4 plus a little. Right. Okay. So I have 7. If you would like to, you can call them out by number. By number. Okay. It's 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Or you can just say any. It doesn't matter. They're all going to be the same price. Can you check the last set of black and white envelopes? There was 7 sets or just the 4 sets? Well, I don't know how many sets there were, but they are all gone. The last set of envelopes, I think there were 5 of the envelopes. Let me look. The last set of envelopes, there were 5. The set of letters, there were 4 sets of letters. Is this correct? Let me check. The written letters, there may have been 7. The last set of letters, the letters are right here. And it says that there are right there they are. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 7 sets of those. Did more people claim them than what I have written down? Let me scroll back up quick and check this before I put these books in. But there were 7, and I only have 4 people claiming. I don't think everyone... Yeah. I don't see anyone else after Well, I didn't see anyone else after Catherine. I do now, though. I will adjust it, but Catherine was the last one I originally called. The next person in line is Marilyn. Sorry about that. I don't know exactly what I did, but I see Marilyn is next. Then I see Margaret. That's your question, Margaret, I think. There's Margaret. And that would leave one left. And it's going to Rhonda. If you ever have a question, just ask in all caps so I can catch it. I do make mistakes and it looks like I did there. So I have corrected it. Sorry, Sydney. Sorry. I have corrected it now. I got you all now. Sorry. I don't know if it just was delayed on my side and it didn't come over and I just thought you guys didn't want them, or if I just thought we had 4 or what. But there were 7 and I've got the names. Okay. For these, I'm getting them typed in before anything else happens. I'm going to call them 1800s rag paper books. These are large. Okay. And we're going to do these ones for, let's do them for, I'm going to do them for $55. $55 each. I have 7. I'm going to make sure I put 7 on here this time. I'm so sorry. Just yell at me and ask. You will not hurt my feelings. I would much rather correct it here while we're live than like afterwards in text messages. Okay. Amy D. Hello, Amy. And she is claiming book number 4. Book number 4. Nope, that's number 4. There we go. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's going over there. Next person, Lena, and she would like any. Lena, thank you for putting your last name initials in there for me. And she's an any. Then we have Deborah K, and she's an any. Thank you, guys. Okay. Diana M, I need to know which one, or are you an any? Diana M. After that. No, Margaret, it was just me. Shauna is claiming number 9. Shauna is claiming number 9. Perfect. Thank you. After Shauna, you were on the list. Karen Jorg is claiming any. Okay. Let's see. I think I have 1 book left. So after Karen, Diana isn't any. Okay, perfect. I think I have 1 book left, and I think everyone else is good. So I'm just going to start here and go across. And it was Deborah and Lena. Deborah, Lena, Diana, Karen, and I've got that thinnest one left. So the thinnest one is still available if anybody wants one or wants it. I'm going to tag it. And it was the number 8. And it was 55. There's that one. If you want to claim later, just say 1800s rag paper book for 55 and I'll give it to you. Perfect. Thank you very much. Let me stack these books over here and we can look at the rest of the pile of books and move on. So for dictionaries and kind of like special books, let me do these 2 because they're kind of cute. I really like these. So they have marble covers, leather spines. They're really cute. And then open them. You have some robin's egg blue paper as the flyleaf, which I think is cute. Now this one has a plate inside, a very beautiful plate. Like I would totally scan that and then put that on journal cards or tags. Printed in Paris. It is dated that year system. See, I don't know what that year system is, but this year system is 1805. Guessing 1805. An uncut page here at the top. Rag paper throughout. Lovely rag paper. It is like poetry. Very nice. You got the occasional rag paper blue page. Little signature down at the bottom. Cute. Very cute. Okay. Then there's this one. This is the second one, I believe, to the series. I don't know. Same robin's egg blue inside. It might be the third one. And same year, it just doesn't have that plate inside. So this one doesn't have the cute plate, but it is the same poetry. Different papers, though. You can see some, it actually is talking about literature. So you've got all different kinds of rag paper, really. There's some up here in the front, which is very white. That's more cotton based. Then you get in here and it's just maybe a little bit more tanned of the same. But back here, you definitely have some linen rag. And that's that. And then there's robin's egg at the back. So you got a little bit of everything. I think the robin's egg, you can maybe like repurpose these pages. I wouldn't let them go. Anyway, so very cute books. I just have two. There they are. I'm going to measure them quick. These guys measure about 4 by 6.5. Okay. I'm going to type them in. And again, these were 1800s. Yes, they were 1800s. 1800 rag paper book. These are French, obviously. And for these ones, we're going to go, I'm going to do them at 45. I like them, but 45 is good. I don't want to make it to where people can't get them. I think 45 and you get hundreds of pages of rag paper are pretty good. Okay. I love the covers. That's what originally attracted me to them. It's got pink and teal blue mixed with, like a vintage photo color. Anyway, I didn't do A and B, but Deborah's saying A or B. And Sydney would like the literature one. Okay, that works. Deborah, K, and Sydney. Thank you. Awesome. After that, we're going to do these. I don't exactly remember what these four are, but we will find out together. I have two that are little dictionaries. Two little dictionaries. Just like that. Marble paper on the inside. These feel like 1700s. They are 1700s. They are 1773. Okay. Lovely rag paper in the 1700s books. Very nice, thick laid paper. I like how every page got the letters at the top. I'm hoping you guys can see it. Maybe you cannot. There you go. Can't get too close. But lots of pages of dictionary, 1700s dictionary. There's that one. I don't know if the letters matter, but I will tell you those. They do have nice pages. So there's that one. And I'm pretty sure this guy has it too, but I missed it. No, it doesn't have it here. I mean, at least not at that section. Perhaps it does where the dictionary actually, yes, it does. Where the dictionary actually starts. So there you go. It's not autofocused, but it is automatically autofocusing, which is super annoying. But there's the A, here's the B. The B one is F through M. The A one is A through F or A through G. I don't know. A through whatever comes before F at this point of my brain. A through, let's figure it out together. A through E. Thank you. There's those two. I have been working since like 5 a.m. this morning. I know. I am very tired. There's A, and I didn't get to drink coffee. There's B. So there's those. And now we have these two. And I think this one feels like 1800s. No, it is 1700s. The outside feels like 1800s because it doesn't have like the hubs and, you know, a little bit different looking. But it is 1700s, and it is also a dictionary. But it's a different kind of a dictionary. You have marble paper. There's the title page. It is 1760. Little ephemera in here. I don't know what it is or about, but there it is. There's how this one starts. See the little people up here? Very nice pages. Like very, very nice pages. Love the paper. Want to keep the paper. But anyway, it's a 2-column dictionary from the 1700s. There's that one. Then we have this guy. He is also 1700s. He is also a dictionary. And he's Dictionary of Fables, possibly. I'm not really sure it says that. 1770 was when he was printed. We have an advertisement here. And then title page here. Beautiful. And then the tops of the pages have little borders with the letters. Love it. Very nice. Cute little dictionary. So size-wise, what are we looking at? These are more like the 4x7 size. I will measure, but in that range. Let's see. We've got 4 by nearly 7. And this guy's the smallest, and he's 3 3/4 by 6 3/4. Okay, they're all dictionaries. They're all 1700s. We're going to type in the, just, I don't know. Should we do them different or should we do them same? I think these two are probably a little fancier. This one is 2 columns and I do like it very much. Let's do these just a little bit different price point and these a little bit different. We're going to do, I'm going to do 120 on these, which from 1700s dictionary is pretty good. And then these ones, I'm just going to do 100. Now you can have hundreds and hundreds of pages of your own rag paper dictionary. Okay. 1700s rag paper dictionary. And the word go. And there they go. So if you would like one, just let me know which one. Alice W says any. Perfect. Jody is claiming the D. Jody M. Perfect. Thank you. And then we have Deborah would like the B. Deborah K. Thank you. Sorry for reaching in front of the camera. Then we have Shauna and then Alice. Shauna H. Perfect. Alice. Amazing. Thank you. Last but not least in the 1700s category, I believe, are the 4 small 1700s. So these guys are all very different. They're about the same size, but I just want to show you thickness too. Like, thickness is different. This one has remnants of gold. That's the A1. This is the chunkiest. Then this is the next chunky. And this is just a cute little book. You know, he doesn't have gold. He's not super chunky. Anyway, those 4. Let me just ABC them quick and we'll move on. So I don't know what is inside of these actually. All I know is they're 1700. They're cute. So, you know, you need a different, you know, variety of sized rag paper, right? And these ones are small enough. I would use them like the first page in a journal and then stagger the rest of the pages as you go in. That's what I would use them for, just so you know we're talking about a little over 3.25 book board by 5. So basically an index card. Okay. Cute small little books. A marble paper. Little bit of spotting. He's 1788. It actually says it's from the Universal Library of Women. Physique, general physics. I'm not sure, but that's what it says. It's, you see it. We need some Google Translate, but I like the spotting. There's nothing here, you know, that's going to be active or hurting you or whatever, but there is some spotting. It doesn't go all the way through, but even in the center, you see how thick the pages are? Like, they're thick. And even when I just crinkled that one, totally fine. Rag paper, you just rub out any creases that you get in there. It's kind of like a very cottony, fibery paper, and it's very forgiving. So you do have some cute little decorative pages in here, little sticking together where they're bent, but cute little decorative pages at the ends of chapters. I like it. There's not a lot of text. You get a little spotting back here at the back, but not a lot. Like, the text is not super tight and close together. It's more open for a little book. Sometimes you have little books and the text is so tiny and crammed in. So this one's just different. There's A. Then we have B. B is right here. And it is printed in 1700. And it's about morals. The continuation of moral essays. And we have an illuminated letter. It is a religious book. It's got amazing paper, though. It's got some book crumbs, but amazing paper. Again, the paper for a small book, it's not the flimsy kind of paper. It's the thick kind of rag paper. And this is what I'm talking about, like the text being tight, close together. You do have some decorative elements here or there. It's chunky. I just saw something cute there. There's that one. So there is cute stuff in here. And that's that guy. Then you have C. And C has marble paper. Opens up to a couple little blank pages there. A little bit of writing. This one is 1725. Memoirs, I'm not sure, but that page is loose. There's a table. At some point we get to the actual book. And it just is lovely rag paper. Again, it's the thick kind, not the flimsy kind. Lots of text on the pages. I really like the way that the text block, the way that the margin and the little bit of text here. So it does have a nice margin around it. For me, I like margins because the bigger the margin, generally the older the book. So I like that we can see that in this one. That's cute. And it's kind of chunky. I don't want to lose or damage your title page, but there it is. Then we have D. D, he's got some, you know, some spine leather falling off. D, I think, is the rest of this, or the first part of that. And so there's that one. It is 1715. Cute little table. It should have something decorative, and it does. And again, this is the part one. And it has cute little decorations here or there. More illuminated letters. Cute stuff like this. So I guess if somebody wants to claim both of them, I will let them to keep them together because it is part one and part two. So if somebody claims C and D, you will get both. All right. Are we ready? These are the smallest for 1700s. Tonight I do have this guy, and he's smaller, but he's not 1700s. So there's that. I have a new bin of books behind me, and it does have really cute books in it. And I mean, I can pull some other ones from it. If you guys want to stay on books when we're done with these, we can, but not everybody will want to stay on these. So let's see about getting through these, and then we can look at the other ones, because there is some smaller ones back there. Okay, these are 1700s. Oh my gosh, I almost forgot. 1700s rag paper books. And I'm just going to type go once I price them here for you. So we had marble paper. This one, we're going to do it at, I'm just going to do it at 70. It's 68 for a normal one, and this is a tiny for 70. This one is super chunky, lots of pages. I really think it's cute. Was it this one or this one? It's these two that go together. Because look, it says continuation, right? Am I doing this right? It says continuation, and then it says, this is essays, moral essays, and this is continuation of moral essays. So I think it's these two that go together, although they don't really look like they go together. It's up to you guys, but at least they're the same type of title. But it's definitely not these two, because this one is this one. Anyway, I'm just going to price them. You guys do what you want to do. If somebody wants to claim both on something, let me know. Okay, this chunky little cute monkey, I'm going to do him at 110. This guy here, I'm just going to do him for 80. He's pretty chunky. And this guy here, he's got cute things in him, but I'm just going to do him at 75. Usually cute little, like the woodblock prints and whatever. I like, a little bit more, but I don't know. I think I'm all talked out already. Thanks for putting up with me in my tired state. I need to go drink some coffee. I wish that there was a Keurig in here. Like, I don't like Keurig coffee, but I wish there was a Keurig in here, because it would be fast and then I could get a cup of coffee. I've been waking up at 5 because in order to get all my work done before I start my live, I need to get up at 5 and get housework and stuff done from like, and like shower and whatever, from 5 to 7. And then from 7 to 3, I work to get my work done. And then I do the 5-hour live sale. And then I do an hour later to finish the spreadsheet and clean up the mess. So I'll be done at like 9. So you have to bear with me while I get adjusted to the new early schedule. So Sydney is in first, and she's claiming the A. Thank you. Yep. The new schedule. I'm so excited to get my grandson, though, for like the night. It is so nice. At least I say that now. You can see me on Tuesday and I'll tell you how it went. Danny H is going to take A. Danny H. Thank you. Awesome. And then we have Deborah, and she wants D. Perfect. Deborah. K. And then after Deborah, I have the espresso machine, though, and it will take a moment and all that kind of good stuff. So it's okay. Kendall, are you claiming B? Because B is still available. I think she says she wants a tiny book, but I don't know if she wants that tiny book. Nobody else wants this tiny book, and he's the chunky monkey one. He's really kind of cute. I don't know if she will answer us, because it seems like she's working, but it's this one, and it has like little cute little things. Lots and lots of pages, and there was something nice right there. Yeah. Anyway, that's that one. Okay. It's between Kendall and Diana. I'm going to give Kendall 1 minute. Let's move on and look at the rest of the tinies. I mean, these are the rest that I have pulled for tonight. It doesn't mean that has to be all, but it's all I pulled for tonight. Is this one? Okay, this is right. So it's these. And we have this one. I haven't forgotten about the last one. This one. Then there's this one. And obviously, you know, he doesn't have a spine, but he's pretty cute. Then there's 1 and 2 of these. And I love these. Super small, super cute little books. Super thin, nice ones like this. I have a hard time taking these ones apart. I think that they're just so cute to like put on a shelf, you know? Anyway, so there's 2 of those. And then we have this guy, and he's a black embossed cover. The oval frame, there's his spine, there's his back. So it's more than likely a religious book. I can't read it through the camera, but if you were doing Halloween, you know, there's that. And then there's this guy. He's just the cutest little tiny prayer book, probably. Anyway, that's what we're doing. Diana M. Yeah, Beth is asking. Okay, let's do these 5, and we will come back to that last one. Maybe perhaps one of you will want one of these more. This one, just so you know, measurement-wise, this one is actually the largest, and he's 6 inches by 3.5, roughly. The next one is 5.5. These guys are 5.25. This one is 5, and this guy is about 4.25, 2.5, 3, 3.25. I think you guys can see, hopefully. Anyway. This one says it's favorite formulas. I'm not really sure, but we'll find out together. It looks cute. It looks like it's about medicine. Oh, like formulary, maybe like medicinal formulary. Maybe that. 1888. Yes, it looks like that. Because it's talking about, well, it actually has conditions, and it has what to treat those conditions. So in 1888, if you had, what is one that I can pronounce? Epilepsy. If you had epilepsy in 1888, here's what you take to treat that. Obviously, you know, medicines came a long way. Again, I've talked about it. So there's that guy. Kind of a cute little book all the way around, though. I really like him on a shelf, too. Then we have this one. This is printed in 1868. I mean, it is literally just like thread hung on there. And we go here to 1866. Beautiful picture of Notre Dame. Obviously, probably looks different now, but cute. Cute little card in there. Yeah, there's a little card in there. And then you just have lots and lots of good pages. This guy he's very close to, like, this one is not rag paper. This guy is very close to rag paper. Not rag paper, but very close. Very nice paper. Lots of other people would probably call that rag paper. These guys, marble paper. Nice image. Printed in Paris. I don't see the date there, but these are 1800s, I believe. Rag paper here. So if you want rag paper, these ones for sure have rag paper. But see that tiny little text? Like tiny, tiny. Cute pages. Love the rag, the marble. This one does not have marble here. It does have an image. Printed in Paris. It's the different dating system. It's year 11 of the Republic. I don't know what that corresponds to. I need to look it up and memorize it. I'll do that tonight before I fall asleep, but we'll see. There's A and B. Or C and D, sorry. And here's this one, marble paper. We have beautiful image, religious book. Doesn't have a print date, but it is 1800s. It is not what I would call rag paper, but other people would say it probably has rag paper content or whatever. Cute little pages, though. Cute little pages. Not too thin, perfect for sewing into a signature. All of these I would sew into a signature. There's that one. And now this guy. He's super cute. Gold edges. Beautiful interior. Like you could take this off and use it as a plate if you didn't want to do that. But and there we go. There we go. This is 1871. 1871. It's a red bordered little prayer book. You know that I like these pages at Christmas specifically. And that's the other thing is I need to find Christmas appropriate books to tear apart for you. And I haven't even gotten that far. So, and plus, I would really like to put Florentine paper in the kits. And I would really like to put German scrap. So hopefully I can work that out in the next week or so. Anyway, there they are for these ones. If you claim both, you will get both. Otherwise, I'm just going to do them number 1 and number 2 of that letter. Okay. It'll make sense here in a minute. We have A. We have B. I have a lot of paper packs and a lot of other things on the table behind me. So we're probably going to finish these couple last little bits of books and then we're going to move on. I can do books again on Thursday. I have a new bin that just got here. Okay. So, A, medicinal formulas. These are 1800s. These two are rag paper. And I'm pretty sure that was really it. This guy here, I'm just going to do 55 on. Hopefully that makes sense. 55. This guy, very cute, but, you know, he's a little rougher condition. I'm going to do, let's just do 38 for him. I'm going to do a whopping 30 for each of these. They are rag paper and they're tiny. So, you know, I should have saved it for a sale, but there they are. And then we have this guy. I like him. He's very cute, but he needs to be 35. Again, discounted. And then this guy, he's really nice condition, basically looks, you know, new but old. And we're going to do him for 50. Now, normally the red border I do ask more for, but there they are. There's your sale round of books. And it doesn't look like Kendall wanted the thing. She was above you, which is why I was asking Diana, because she said, can I just get one tiny book? So she was asking, but she didn't answer that I saw. So we're going to go to Diana M for this one. Diana M. Thank you for allowing me to double check, but they're just because she was in front of you in line for it, and I wasn't sure what her message meant. I don't know if she just was asking for a small one or what, but we'll figure it out. So I'm going to type in 1800s French book, really, because some are rag and some aren't, and go. And you just claim as you have been. Okay, for these ones, I see Danny H, and she wants both. Danny H. Perfect. I will do other sale items as we go. I'm trying to make space on a certain shelf. So on the second week, so next week, Wednesday, there will be more sale books. That left those. Sarah W will take the A book. Sarah W. Thank you. These are probably going to fall in a minute. And sorry for reaching my arm in front of the camera. Then we have Pammy, but I don't have a D anymore. Lena wanted the B. Perfect. Thank you for helping me with your name. It's very nice every time I don't have to think about it. Thank you, thank you. Then we have Tiffany's in there, and she says AC or E, or and E, but E will work. Tiffany. Tiffany. Perfect. Last little book here. Mickey. Mickey's going to take the little tiny guy. Thank you, Mickey. Thank you, thank you, thank you all. I have 3 fat dictionaries. And when I say fat, I mean fat. Fat dictionaries. Hundreds of pages, if not 1,000. We'll see. But I'm going to measure them quick while they're laying here. This guy is 6 1/4 by 9 3/4. This guy is 8 1/4 by 5. This guy is 8 1/2 by, I'm just going to call that 5. It's basically 5. Okay, so you know the size. We're going to label them A, B, and C. I need to scroll down. It doesn't show you guys the correct order because you are in YouTube. YouTube does timestamp them, but not to the millisecond. I use streaming software that does pull your comments over from YouTube and timestamps them and gives them to me in the correct order that they came in. Most of the items sell, so I don't choose people. It just chooses them for me based on who came in first, if that makes sense. So A, B, and C, I believe these are all 1800s dictionaries. We're going to look at A. I'm going to leave him down there as much as I can. So if I move some books over, we can prop him up. 1845. Okay. It's a French dictionary. It's the new French dictionary. This is rag paper. This is lovely rag paper. Nice, thick, laid rag paper. And you have a lot of pages of it. 2 columns. Lovely paper. Now I need you all to move. And we have over 1,000 pages. Or maybe not. We have 971 pages. 971. So just a super fat French dictionary. Super fat. Rag paper. There's that. This guy's poor little spine. I'm trying to keep it with the book and it's not cooperating. Anyway, there's A. B is here. Marble paper. Rag paper from 1815, so an earlier 1800s rag paper. And I can't bend the rag paper, it's too thick. Very lovely rag paper. Okay, so you're in the code section, right? Code. Is this all code? Maybe this is all code. Codes, codes, codes. See the coloration? I'm not sure what, like, they obviously pertain to a different section of code, but I'm not sure what the section is. Just lovely rag paper. Okay, it says it's a book of codes, but codes of the Empire of France. I remember somebody looking this up for me one time and telling me, but I don't off the top of my head know. It's just a fat, huge amount of early 1800s. This is 1815 rag paper. I thought it was dictionary, but it is not. There it is. I mean, it's a telephone book. How many pages total? Well, we have 200 and something in this section, 700 and something in this section. It might be 700 up to here, and then it starts at 200. No. I don't know where it starts. It starts somewhere. Somewhere around here at 700, it starts over again. I'm going to say that this one roughly has 1,000 pages in it because it's 700 and something and 200 and something. So there's B. C, this guy, you can see his spine is coming off. He is a vocabulary book. And there's his spine. And inside, we've got this person's name. It's from 1826. It's the new vocabulary. And we've got an advertisement. It talks about congregations. And there we begin. Okay, so it has all the words just like a dictionary. This is rag paper, very thick, lovely rag paper. And it has 958 pages. So you guys asked me for some more dictionaries. These are ones that I can part with. It was hard to part with the ones last week, but these are ones I can part with. Lovely papers. B is not dictionary, but he's some kind of code book. There we go. When you only have a few, can you limit to one per person? I said that they could have both because they were a set. So because it was 2 books of the same series, like a matching set, I allowed them to have multiple, and I said that out loud. Just trying to, if they want to keep a set together, why split it up, kind of a thing. Okay, if they've lasted this long together, we might as well keep them. Let's do some pricing of these dictionaries. The code book, it's just a ton of pages. So I'm going to price it based off rag paper and the quantity of rag paper. And we're going to do it for $240. It's 1,000 pages of rag paper. The A book and C book are dictionaries or vocabulary, which is for our purposes laid out like a dictionary page. We're going to do the A book for $225, and I'm going to do the C book for $160. I know, $160. Okay, this is it for the dictionaries. All I have left after this for books tonight are the embossed cover leather books. That's all that's planned. Doesn't mean we can't come back to books later, but that's what's planned. Okay, ready? Antique French. Antique French. I'm going to say dictionary / book. Because some are dictionaries, some are books, and there's the go. If you feel like you have missed out on books or something like that, I sell books almost every sale. There is a section of books because I know you're all looking for books. So I do try to bring them often, but if it's something that, you have a specific request for, let me know in a text message and I will do my best to honor it. The only thing is you can't say, well, I want a book that has this and this and this and this and this, because I can't look through a bin of 100 books to find it. If you tell me I would like a 1700s rag paper book or an 1800s rag paper book, I can pull you one of those easy enough. But getting specific, like with, like I want one that has pictures or one that I don't know if they have pictures until I pick them up and look through them. So that's all. All right. So for these guys, they went to Sydney. The dictionary is not religious. Sydney's going to claim the A book. Thank you. I appreciate that. We're going to need to make another pile and I'll have to move it, but there it is. And then Linda is going to take the C book. Linda RB. Thank you. Oh, wait a minute. Mom wants one. Sydney, I didn't see it. I might have another dictionary. Hang on just a second, because I already called Linda because I didn't see that section of your comment. Then we have Sarah, and she says A or C. Diana says A or any. So it looks like Diana will take the B book. Let me know if that's not correct. Now, because I've made a mistake here, Let me make sure I need to fix Linda's name. Okay, I've been fixing all of your names so far. I need to keep it together. Because I've messed up that dictionary, would Mom possibly want... what is this guy? It's not a dictionary. Do I have another dictionary? That's handy. I don't have one handy, Sydney, but I definitely have one in a pile. I will have to sort for it. No worries. Okay. Wants any copyable dictionary. Okay. I will definitely look through the bin and pull one for you as I move the new bin of books to the old. Combining the new bin of books to the old bin of books, I will find a dictionary. Okay, I will let you know in a text message and send you pictures. Thank you very much for allowing me to leave that. Thank you. Okay, last but not least of books, we have leathers. So these guys are all embossed cover books. Let me slide those over that way at least. Okay, so I am going to do them in a set of 4 and a round of 4 and a round of 3, but I do want to show you kind of what is here. So this guy is like the worst condition. He has tape here. The rest of his spine is here. It just keeps flicking off no matter what I do. It doesn't have tape on that section. So that's the worst. And really, he just has this embossed laurel wreath with gold. So that's that guy. The next one that's like that is this one. And again, his spine is loose, but he has kind of a cute cover. Again, it's debossed with gold. Then there's this one that is gold and embossed. So those ones are going to go in the next round. These are the 4 we're going to do in this round, and it's because they basically are all similar without the gold part on the actual cover. They have lines of gold, but not the rest. So we're going to ABC these. Yes, I do have some, but no, I don't exactly know where, but I do have some. I haven't had a chance to look, honestly. They'll probably just randomly appear, but I'll do my best to remember. So this is embossed and debossed there. Both front and back. Beautiful book. This is your A. It's upside down. This is your A. And it looks like it's history of the Romans. Considerations of the Romans. I'm not sure. 1837. Obviously, it's rag paper. It's a beautiful cotton rag paper. And it has roughly 300 pages. Roughly 300. Lovely rag paper. Love the cover, though. And then we have this one. This one's very fancy. For this one, I would take something and rub to kind of show up the embossing. It's been on a shelf and had sun touching this area, so it is a little faded. Marble paper. This is like Greek history. There it is, printed in 1840. Rag paper. Beautiful. There's that one. And this is your C. C has very deep, bold embossing. It has a little sticker stuck to it here. It looks like it will come off with minimal loss. There we go. Marble paper. Little inscription. History of, don't know. And it's 1841 in Paris. Some kind of like voyages, passages, I don't know. It's definitely rag paper, and it's beautiful. Is it Germany? Oh, I don't know. Don't know. And then there's that. Gorgeous embossing, gorgeous spine. This one's probably in the best condition. Small. And it was in the Catholic Library. 1856. Religious rag paper. Beautiful. And I'll measure, but it's small. It's the second time I've done that. 230 pages, roughly. Okay, measuring. About 4 1/4 by 7 1/4. Same, about 7 by 4, closer. And this little guy is 5 3/4 by 3 and almost a half. Okie doke. Here we go. A, B, C, and D. Obviously, you guys have heard me say before, when I have a fancy cover book, I like to take it apart and use the fancy cover for one book and the back of it for another book cover. And then I can construct, you all can do it too, a back cover for a journal out of anything. You can construct, like I did the bingo card one, and I made it the same thickness. And I just layered up like a sheet of cardboard and 2 thick watercolor pieces and layered it up and made it the same thickness as my front board, whatever one you were doing, right? So every one of these could possibly give you 2 decorative book covers that are embossed instead of keeping them on the same. Obviously you can keep them on the same, but I just thought it was cuter. You know, you get 2 out of 1 cover. So we're going to do these all rag paper. Let's do the ABC. Let's do A and B at 75. They have very fancy covers. C, it is fancy. It's just not quite as fancy, right? And so I'm going to do it at 60. It's still rag paper. And then this guy, I'm going to do at 65. He's very cute. There they are. Embossed cover, French books. And there's the go. There we go. Shipwrecks. I was wondering about voyages, but there was another word underneath, whatever one that was. There was another word underneath. Look, it even has ships. And then in this picture it has ships, but this one. And I know that it was like, Germany was called something, ALGE something. I'm not sure, but Allgemein, I don't know. The old word for Germany on a map. Some of you will know what I'm talking about. Other ones are like, what is she saying? Anyway, it looks like Marcella B is claiming C. Marcella B, thank you. Alrighty. Let me put those there. I don't want to stack them up. Okay. Then we have Shelly. Shelly L. Okay, thank you very much. Then we have Sarah is an N-E. Sarah is an N-E. And that's all I see. Because Shauna and Cheryl are claiming C. So, Sarah, would you like to choose B or D? B. Thank you. Thank you for making that easier for me. Sarah, thank you. And last but not least, we have D. Nobody for D. He's super cute. I need to hold him so you can see, but he's super cute. Okay, so D is still available. Somebody wants to come in for that. So far, I've had, in the book section, I have a large 1800s rag paper book available. Lots of lovely rag paper. I have that available. This is the large size, 5 by 7-ish, 5 by 8-ish. Yes, 5 by 8 for 55, and I have this guy for 65. That's all that's remaining in the book section. All right, let's move on to some paper. Oh no, can't quite. I forgot these 3. Oh my gosh, some days are just hard. We're going to do, I see you, Tiffany. We're going to do ABC on these and get these done. I've kind of showed you the preview on them. I will open them up. All right. Let me get Tiffany the D. Tiffany is claiming the D book. Thank you, Tiffany. And then I see Lois for the 5x8 book. Thank you, Lois. And thank you, Tiffany. There's those. Now I have 0 books remaining for the night. A, B, and C, they are all about, the pages will be about 4x7 pages. A, B are smaller, C is thicker. Again, the spine on A. There's your page, your title page, 1836. Natural history. I can make that part out. Lovely rag paper. Look at the page numbers at the top. Like, those are cute. So there's that guy. How many pages? He has about 225 pages. Then we have this guy. He looks very similar to the last one. The history of Fenelon. I'm not sure. I don't see a date. Here's 1859. Lovely, lovely paper. We have some images. The paper is, it's very close to rag paper. It might be rag paper, just not my favorite rag paper, maybe. I don't know. It's very nice paper, but I'm not going to call it rag paper. Trying to show you the other image. There we go. So there's those two. Then we have this guy here. He's got a little bit of the spine kind of goes at a diagonal. You can push it back, but it's just been stacked weirdly for a long time. That's the back. That might be why. And we have the history of Louis. You've got a little bit of tissue there that looks like somebody tried to write on it. Got an image here. The date is 1856. Lovely pages. There is some image. Oh my goodness. When I said some days are hard, I didn't really mean to make it harder, but there are some images in here, okay? The paper is a rag paper. This is definitely rag paper. This one is very close to rag paper, but this is rag paper, and it has about 280 pages. There we go. Did I not make a C? I thought I made a C. Oh, I did. It's back here. Like I said, some days are just hard. Okay. Alrighty then. This guy is very close to these other ones that we did. I'm going to price him at 60. He's just a little bit rougher condition. And then these two here, we're going to do this one at 45. And we're going to do this one. I'm going to do this one at 55. I really like the pages. So there's the last 3 books officially, finally. And I'm going to stick this little piece inside of this cover. Okay, and I'll put a rubber band around that. Here we go. I'm just going to say Antique French Books. Maybe I am. And go. There we go. Thank you guys for bearing with me. It's rough tonight. What did you guys have for dinner? I need to text my son and tell him to put something in the oven. But what did you guys have for dinner? There's Kendall. Hello, Kendall. Kendall's getting C. Kindle for a small book, I have one. If you're not picky, I have one. Okay. There we go. Shauna also wanted C. Sarah's going to take B. Sarah and Kendall. I need to put Kendall's last name on here. Okay. And then I have A. Cindy H is going to take a thank you. Thank you all for doing all the books with me tonight. I appreciate it. I need to write Kindle. Okay. Now I need to make room to do, let me slide these over, possibly, to do the other things. All right. Who's up for some paper? Who's up for paper? Sandwich, burrito, chicken nachos, stuffed peppers. That's what I need my son to put in the oven again. Chicken noodle soup in a sandwich. Oh, I hope you feel better. That's right. You came home sick. Hope you feel better soon. Oh my gosh. The spaghetti sauce, it worked out fine if that's what you're asking about. Chicken and rice, barbecue, raviolis. I need dinner bad. I'm very hungry. Steak, pizza. Oh my gosh. You guys are eating all the fall foods already. There's some stew up there. Beef stew. The soups. You guys are getting me in the fall food mood. Pork chops. Okay. Let's do some paper quick. So we have 2 different packs of ledger, 1 onion skin, and 1 French fashion. And then an ephemera combo. So we're going to take a look at these. These are the French fashions for tonight. This is a new one. We've never had this one before. As many as I've had, I've never seen this one before. So when I found this one, we purchased it. This is a 2-pack. So in every package, you get 2 magazines. They all are beautiful. They're very large, you know, like the French fashion we have been getting every time, but different. Beautiful. These are $18.89. These are originals. I really like this one for lots of reasons. I'm going to take these from the camera for glare, but I really like these for lots of reasons. I like the font that they use throughout the magazine. I really like these little cherubs and roses up here at the top. I think they're super sweet, but they do have, like, you know, the other ones, they have some fashion. This one seems to be, it has a lot more fashion and a lot more, I think, things we can cut out and use. So I was happy about that. Now, it does have text, of course. And it's, I think each one is like 4 pages. Text and fashion. I lied. They're 6 pages. Or maybe they vary. But anyway, you have this over here. It's just talking about the exposition. These large fashion ladies here, and again, they were already folded before they were bound, so the fact that we're refolding them doesn't matter. There's 3 large fashion ladies here, some skirts. Then you've got your lace making parts, embroidery. You have some catalog. So this one is a little bit of an anomaly of the ones I have really seen. I have honestly seen more fashion. This is your ad part. Sewing machines, you've got feather dusters, a bicycle. I'm not really sure what this is. Some kind of lotions and potions and pianos. Okay, so this one I have seen more fashion. So now we're going to look at this one. You get 2. We've got this lady on the front. Again, like, look at the font. I really do like the fonts. I think that they're fancier. You have some illuminated letter. Maybe I'm just a liar, but you have illuminated letter there. Another page of text. And then the fashion pages. 4 big ladies and 2 like busts. So that's kind of nice. But they do have nice, like, the fonts. So at least we can put our tape on there and pull those off. This is the lace making. And then you have ads. So I guess there's 2 pages of fashion per issue. Not really sure, but that's this pack. Let's look at one more pack, because I think I saw more fashion. I think I saw more fashion. Oh my gosh. Uh-oh. Oh, Kindle. I also need to go to the pharmacy, but they'll be closed by the time I'm done. All right, so we're going to look at a couple more here, and I'll be fast. So we're looking at those two ladies. They've got articles. They've all seemed to be that way. There's a menu up here. That's kind of cute. Fashion. Like, at least we have 2 pages and a lot of things to cut out there. And then there's your lace work on that side and some ads. I mean, I think the ads are nice though. And furniture. Okay, so that's that one. Then we're here, and I mean, it is pretty. Okay. And those ladies to cut out. I mean, I guess it's better than babies. Not that we can't use babies, but we use ladies more. And there's your lace. So now you've seen 4. I would expect them to look like this or better. Okay. That's my best advice there. Like this or better. Okay, so we have 2 packs. I need to get at least one of these back in here before I put it in. And then I'll put it in. So we're doing 2 packs. 2 packs. And we're going to say French Fashion Magazine 2-pack. These are Victorian 1889, 87, 88. So different years. And we're going to do them. I'm going to do them at 18 a piece, which is 36 for a 2-pack. Okay. 18 a piece, 36 for a 2-pack. And it's only because I do have to pay extra. The tariff part also, but for this one, it's also, how should I say this? It's the rarer ones costing more, I guess, because we haven't had this one. We haven't seen this one before, and it just was more expensive to purchase. So we're going to do these. First person in is Diana B. She would like 1 pack. Thank you very much. And then after that, we have Deborah K. After Deborah, we have Deborah RM, which is really Deborah MER. And she would like 3 packs. Mickey S, and she would like 1. Then we have Joyce, and thank you for typing your whole name so that I can get that in there. Joyce, and I'm going to call you Joyce O, because we do have another Joyce. Joyce O. Perfect. Thank you. And as long as you've sent your information over to register, you'll be good to go. Joyce, I need your information for registration, please. I do not see it unless you have a different name. No, I don't have Joyce's information. So Joyce, at the top of the chat box and also in the description box, there's a phone number to text me your info. So I just need you to do that. Okay, and then we're moving on to Cindy P. Cindy P. And she would like 1. Thank you. Then we have Catherine R. And she would like 2 packs. Melissa P. Melissa, did you register? Let me see. I need you guys to register. So Melissa, same thing. Need registration. I only do registration by text. And then after Melissa, we have Rhonda. Rhonda B. And then I see that you would like to, Melissa, but I still need registration. If you wouldn't mind doing it, I can't keep you on the list unless you have registered. You really should register as new people. And then if you don't see anything that you want that night, your registration information goes nowhere. I don't do anything with it. So just register if you think that you might purchase something. And then that way you're good to go for new people. Okay, then we have Sarah. Sarah W. After Sarah, she wanted 2 pack. Diana wants 2 packs, correct? You want 2 packs of 2? Is that what that means? Margaret L. Thank you. Linda A. Thank you. Okay, and then I'm just going to check for registration for these couple, and then we'll be good to go. So, still nothing on the registration. The phone number to text to register is area code 833-795-6137. I'll say it again. 833-795-6137. And that's where I need it. No, 1 pack of 2. Okay. I was confused. I fixed it to 1 for Diana B. Alrighty, so that was those ones. And so you can copy these, you can scan these. If you don't want to make digitals, you could at least just reprint them over and over again and then cut them out and use the ladies on ephemera. Tags and, pockets and that kind of thing. The tall ladies I like to put on those corner pockets, the really big corner pockets that you just cut a piece of cardstock at a diagonal and then layer the ladies on there. So that was the fashion. Thank you. Then I have some blank French ledger. So blank French ledger, I did a pack of 2 from 2 different ledgers. Okay. So we're going to take a peek at these. These guys. How did we do these? I don't remember. We did 2 folios. So you get 4 pages, a folio from 2 different ledgers. Okay. Need to find my camera. There it is. And let's turn up some light. I have 0 light, so let's turn up some light. There we go. Okay. So these, again, they ship folded. There's book crumbs on my table. So this is the largest one. You can see I've done both of them from header ledgers. The ledgers were blank, so you have 2 completely blank pages. This is where they were sewn into the book. You see that you do have some speckling, foxing, whatever. And there's the other side. So 2 pages there, and then we have the smaller page, and if you look at it, it is laid out differently. Man, the crumbs are just slippery. It is laid out differently. You've got different grid lines, different header, and this one, it's going to have the, I can't pronounce it, but that word on one side and this word on another side, avoir, on that one. I can't do this one though. So you have this on both this way, right? This one and this one are opposite of each other on the page here. So I like this one because you can put it in a journal like this, right? If you're just cutting it in half and putting it in a journal like that. And this one is very cute like this also, put in a journal. But this one, you're going to have the words here and here, and then this side will be more blank. So it's a little different. I'm going to measure these quick so you know how big. The largest one is 16.5 by 11. The smaller one is 15 by 10. So none of them are small, and you do get 4 pages. So here's what I would do. I would immediately, as soon as you get it, scan both of them. You might want to scan a couple pages so you have different page numbers, and then print out the scanned ones either on regular paper for journals, or you can print it on the back side of your digitals, and then go ahead and craft with the originals and use them because you've already scanned them and they're preserved forever. So you get 4 pages. Here we go. This is 2 folios / 4 pages. Blank French header ledger. The pack of 2 folios is currently for sale in Etsy. It's not the same pack, it's a different pack, but we're going to do these at 28. 28 for the pack, and they're header ledger, which is harder to find. So 28 for the pack. There it is. And now I can check for registration one last time. Okay. So I have Melissa, first name, last name, address, and all of your information. Perfect. Thank you, Melissa. You have been registered. I'm doing it right now. And I just need to put your last name in there. Melissa's completely registered. Good to go. Thank you. Then I have Joyce. Joyce, I need a last name. I know you've typed it in chat, but I need you to text me your last name because I keep it all together in your text thread. Does that make sense? So you're good to go other than I just need your last name in the text so that it's all together. Okay. Registered. Good to go. We're going to do a couple little names on a spreadsheet. There we go. You guys have never seen these before. These are from different books. These are fresh new pack of ledger pages. 2 folio. Okay, and here we go. We did them at 28. First person is Deborah K. After Deborah K, we have Shauna. Shauna D. Thank you. Then we have Mickey S. Thank you. And that's all I see for these ones. 3 packs of ledgers. All right. Let's look and see. I think I've got your last name, or I can get you registered right now. Yes. Thank you. All good to go. Now I can add you to the directory. And get you registered. Perfect. You're both good to go. All good to go. There we go. Okay. So, Shauna would take another for a total of 2. Perfect. I have plenty. So Shauna's going to get 2. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. All right. Let me fold these back the same way. There they go. Of course, if you're doing the tall document, they look good sideways too. Thank you, Shauna. Alrighty, so that was that one. Let's do something a little different. So instead of continuing with paper packs, let's look at some fancy things. I've got some fancy things. They don't really look that fancy from the outside, but they certainly are fancy on the inside. So I have these 2 books, and I have had these for a little bit now. I was hoarding them, but you guys know I'm trying to make space and stop hoarding things. So we're going to look at this guy. As you can see, it has a hand-painted cover. There is a fancy ribbon hanging down the sun, right? This is the sun. There's some painted trees here. There's a bridge and like a hiker walking across the bridge. That's that side. This side has a little scene, a little art. They have some like pictures on the wall that have these, what should we say, like scenes of bottles and teapots and glasses, fruit, that kind of thing. I don't know if it'll show up for you, but that's kind of what it looks like. And it has just a border around it, and that same border is right here. That's what I see for this. It does have like a bit of leather here, kind of going down the spine. You can see the cover isn't like, it isn't in great condition. Like I said, they're not that beautiful from the outside, but they are very beautiful on the inside. And so when we open it up, we have this. This is all hand colored. It's a beautiful math book. I've had a couple of these because I got them and hoarded. But anyway, this one is a hand colored math book. It's dated 1826. And so it's not like a printed math book that you might do your homework from at school. This is more a math book where this person is showing that they know how to do all the things to pass a math class or to get a degree or something like that. So there's that. And I'll try to hold this up because it's very beautiful. And so if you look, in the 1800s, all of this was done by hand. All of it done by hand. Okay. And it's rag paper. Lovely rag paper. You're going to have large bold titles. You're going to have some illuminated letters. The handwriting in the book is fabulous. Fabulous French calligraphy. I think it honestly shows better down here. And the pages. So I'm just going to kind of keep it where it's mostly there in frame. So you have lots of writing, right? It's lovely handwriting on rag paper. And I can't go through every page, but I will do my best to show you the high points. Here's some examples of some math. And look at the fancy titles. More fancy titles. I mean, this one is a little too fancy to skip probably, but there's that guy. And so you can see as I kind of thumb through quickly, all of that is hand colored and it's all different, patterns, colors. There's the occasional art. But it's a beautiful book. So we don't have birds in this one. I think the birds still, in calligraphy world are worth more. But we do have an awful lot of fancy coloring and art, headers, that kind of thing. I'm trying to show you the art, but there is a lot in here. So we're going to go through. You guys get the idea. That was cute. You can scan this. I'm going to go a little faster and skip some sections, but it's very fancy all the way through. Look at the math. Look at the way they've done that for like, I don't know what this is, but it was very long, right? Do you hear the paper though? The paper is making a lot of crinkling noises. Back here, they're showing like math tables. And it goes through quite a few pages like that, all the way to the end. And it even says it's the end. So listen for the paper and see if you can hear it. It makes a very unique crinkle noise, and it's because it's fabulous rag paper from the early 1800s. So Very nice. Lots of art in it. Lots of pretty pages. I think if you're scanning, there's plenty here to scan. So we're going to do it. I'm going to share it from my hoard collection. It does have numbered pages for a lot of it. Don't see the numbers there, but I did see numbers early on. Okay, there's 164 here, and we have a huge section to go. And I thought I saw a bird just a second ago, but I may not have. I thought I saw a bird in here, but maybe not. Anyway, fabulousness. We're going to put him in. I want to leave him to a pretty page, but they're all very pretty. Let's leave him to that. Or actually this. I like these little daisies. We'll leave it to that. All right. This is an amazing, I don't know how else to say it, amazing French antique math book. And it is 1826, I believe. I'm just going to put it for my own record, but 1826. The last one was 1700s, wasn't it? I don't know. I can't even keep track anymore. 1826. We are going to do it size-wise. I don't think I measured. 7.5 by 11 3/4, roughly. And I mean, it's well over 200 pages. I'm not sure if it's 3, somewhere around that, pages. Lovely, lovely thick rag paper. Like, I wish you guys could see the thickness of the paper. You can't really, but I wanted you to. I tried. So anyway, we're going to do this guy for $1,400. And there he goes. If somebody wants him, yay. If not, it was show and tell, and we all got to enjoy it. I also like it, so I like to look through it. There's a little bird kind of coming up and over the A, and a flower down here. I don't know if they just did it when they had time, or if it was part of their grade to like see how fancy and pretty they could make it. I really don't know. I need to ask more questions about like why they did this. Why they were so fancy. Was it just because they were bored? There's a bird. During a lecture, here's a bird. I don't know. Sure is pretty though. So we're going to do it. I know. Okay, so he's still going to be available. If somebody rewatches later and decides this is the one for their collection, it's priced and it's good to go. So there's that. Now we're going to do this guy. And this guy is different. So he's chunky like a phone book. There's his spine. That's his front cover. That's his back cover. He measures 7 inches by 9 1/4, roughly. His cover is very worn, very raggedy, basically not really a cover. This is the marble paper. And then we get into the pages. There's how it opens. This is a handwritten antique calligraphy fabulousness horticulture book. And so it's about trees mostly, I believe. Maybe not all, but I saw an awful lot of mentions of trees. And so as you go through this book, you will see it is many, many pages. It has a handwritten index. It's all handwritten. So here's your alphabetical index of your trees. And I'm just going to hold it up a little bit. It's fabulous. And so I did hoard it for a little while. I'm going to adjust the lighting back down because it's super bright now. And that's more realistic. Okay, so as we go through, you have chapters. This is amazing thick paper. I need to go this way, I think. It's so thick it's hard to like flex and flip through. But you have like 1,000 pages in this guy, and it's all beautifully written in calligraphy. So just you've got title pages for every chapter. It's just fabulous. All of this is by hand. And it's all about plants. I saw lots of trees, but that was like aromatic. I mean, even just the plain calligraphy alone is fabulous. So there's that. There was a little bit about like maybe the planning of gardens or something. I'm not sure. Got some little bit of blank there, but not really. This is a fabulous book. I don't know how long it would take a person to do something like this, but just fabulous. That was half of it. That was only half. If we go back here and do the back half, I'm going to try to do it this way. Go back here and do the back half. We have that index basically there. Oh my gosh, the writing is so beautiful. I think somebody should have scanned and preserved this one. I don't know why it is here, but it is. So many pages. Okay, so that's that. You guys have seen it pretty much now. Up here in the front, I'm not sure like if it's talking about like the distance to plant things or how big things get. I think it's talking about the plant names, like the families, or I don't know. I'm guessing, but like here we had some angles. And here, instruments. I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine, but it's fabulous. Like look at the bleed on the ink. It's just fabulous. Okay, so anyway, what do we have for page count? Someone has gone in and numbered them to like 780 before we do the index part back here. So about 780 pages. Like I said, it's fat. Like it's fat. 780 pages. Ready? I'm going to leave it to that, I guess. I don't know what else to do. Is it possible to get a B? No, they've all gone, Kindle. I'm sorry. The kit went. I only had what was left from last year, and there were only 9. I do apologize. I know she has to work, and so it does kill me. Because she's in California, and so when I start at 3, sometimes it's only 2 for her. Okay, so we're going to do this guy. Do you guys like it? Do you like the book on plants and trees? Okay, let's get this guy typed in. I think I measured him. Did I not measure him? I thought I did. I did measure him. Yes. Okay. What year? I don't know that I ever found a year. I don't know that there's a name or a year. It pretty much just starts into it. And then even at the end, yeah, the end does not have anything either. So I don't think that's a name. I think that's a word. I don't know. You guys will have to investigate if you get it, but I don't know. I can't answer that question. I can tell you it's no later than like 1850, but I don't know if it's well before 1850. I honestly just don't know. I would say it's probably early to mid 1800s. I'm not really sure, but that's what I would say. Based off of paper, writing, everything I see basically. Okay. This is fruit trees. That much I can make out. Alrighty. I'm just going to call it Horticulture book. I have to be able to spell that, so bear with me. Horticulture. That may not be right. Book. I guess we called the math book Amazing, so we'll call this Amazing. There we go. Amazing Antique French Horticulture book. What should I price it at? I have no idea. It's 800 pages. I get it. I do apologize. There just isn't any more of the kids. I'm going to price this guy. I'm going to ask $2,000. I realize that might be out of people's price point for the book for some people, but there are roughly 800 pages, right? 770 something, 800 pages. And even if you took it apart by the page, you would get more for the ones with fancier titles on it. And even a single page of this would be worth times 800 would be worth some money, right? So I do think that 2000 is still a decent deal if you were going to scan or use or take apart and make paper packs or resell it into some kind of kit or something like that. If you just want 1,000,000 pages that you can use in a journal, you could certainly use these for that. They're very, very beautiful. However, I would try to scan some before I would use it, just because I think it's fabulous. So anyway, that was the show and tell portion of it. That was show and tell, except for Rose says me. So apparently Rose is going to own this fabulous book. Thank you, Rose. Thank you. It is a masterpiece. Hello, Micro. And thank you. I think it is too, which is why it was in my hoard for so long, because I wasn't sure what exactly I wanted to do to it. I toyed around with, and you can see like this little fuzzy bit from the cover is just fallen off. I toyed around with it because I thought maybe I would take it apart and make packs, but I really don't want to take it apart. I really don't want to. So Rose put in me. We're giving it to Rose. Thank you, Rose. Congratulations. It is a fabulous piece of history and art, really. Thank you. Now, do you garden? Do you like it because of the horticulture part, or do you okay. I wondered. I can't, so if you ever retract, just so you know, if you ever retract in YouTube, it will not come over to streaming software because streaming software doesn't catch that you clicked retract. So anyway, Rose, no problem. It's all right. No problem at all. So the book is still going to be available. But for those of you who were maybe thinking of buying it, do you have some kind of connection to horticulture or gardening or something like that? Or would you just take it apart and use it for pages? I'm just curious, if you were to buy, what would you do with it? Because I was having a problem figuring out, do I just take it apart? Or am I taking apart like a literal masterpiece? Or, like, is there some kind of garden secret from way back then that people have lost or something? Some knowledge? It seems to be a pretty comprehensive book. So anyway, no problem at all. I totally get it. And I know it will probably show. The retraction. Yeah, it does say retracted. Yeah, it does. It just doesn't. So it'll show it in YouTube when I click over to YouTube, but it won't show it here in streaming. It's no problem. You would take apart for sure and use. See that it's been here for a long time and I haven't because I was worried about it. They were masterpieces. They're really cute books, but what do I do with them? It seems a shame to disassemble them. But I'm not saying I won't, because if they stay here, they have to, something has to happen with them. I paid a lot of money for them, so that money has to get recouped somewhere. Anyway, that's the 2 show and tell for tonight. Let's move on to something else. For tonight, I have this little pile of goodies. I have 2 little ledgers here that are very inexpensive. Then I have some stamp books. So I have some stamp books, which means they have stamp collections inside of them. So I have some of those again, and I have 2 little ledgers. These guys here, there's a tall skinny, and it's just a blank ledger. So it has just blank ledger pages in it. But they are tall skinny format, and they will fit right in those journals. It's got a little tiny bit of writing snuck in there, and that's it. So there's that guy. And then there's this little guy. And this little guy, his signature is out. He has just blank ledger pages. Just blank. Oh, nope, he's not blank either. I lied. He has some writing and some blank. I would say mostly blank. So there's 2 little guys. Okay. This guy here is 5 inches by 10.5. This guy is 5 inches by 6 3/4 by 7. I didn't have it all the way to the top. So let's get these guys in here. You can repurpose the covers, but you can see like he's definitely grungy. He was purple. He's definitely grungy. And this guy is a shade of pink or red. So there's that. We're going to do A, and we're going to do him at, let's do 45. And we're going to do B, and we'll just keep it at 45. There's 2 little ledgers, mostly blank. I like the size and shape on this one, and I do like the handwriting in that one. Let's do him. Small ledgers. There's the go. You would scan the entire thing. And oh, I see. There's some place that has something to do with horticulture to a land grant college library. That's awesome. That's very awesome. If I didn't spend so much money on it, I would love to do something like that. But I have to recoup. I have to recoup. Okay, so here's 2 little ledgers. Looks like they're also staying with me. Tonight, I don't know. Maybe some days I should stay in bed. I'm just a little too tired, I think. I'm a little slap happy. Thank you very much. Let's look at those little stamp books. So I have 4 of those. 4. I've got a Swiss one that says Swiss stamps, Portugal stamps, and I'm not sure which country this is. I don't know. Maybe it's just a province. I'm not sure. But anyway, there's books of stamps there. And then this guy is a spiral bound, like notebook, and they've put stamps in him. So there's this attached to the front, and it has some stamps on it. And then we open it up, and he's written, I say he, but who knows. This is Germany. This is that word I was thinking of earlier. And so there's those stamps. There's the little packets of stamps in the back. There's some blank album pages. And then we're going to go through, and there's just stamps glued to paper. So there's that. The ledgers were $45 and they were priced on the sticky notes. the little ledgers I just did. That's why I didn't put the price in there, because they were just written like books are on the sticky notes. So there's a little envelope, a little blotter sheet, some little stamps there. And it's just somebody collecting stamps. But what we can do with this is we can take these stamps off and use them. And there was quite a few stamps throughout the whole entire book if you add them up. So anyway, it's a collection of stamps. And you can see they're not really pasted to the paper where they're not going to come off. See how they're like loose on there? So there's that guy. He's our A. And again, these are just going to be priced on sticky sheets. This one, A. Okay. You think this is Austria? Maybe. I don't know. And there's this one. So we have some pages of stamps. I like these. These are lighter color stamps. More pastel, at least here in the beginning. And so this is a thinner paper. You can see just they were collecting them by color almost. So just pages of stamps. There's that guy, and he's B. Here's C. And there's a couple pages in C. Not a lot of stamps in C. Mostly just blank paper and just a couple pages. So there's C. And D. D has the most, I think. Swiss. And you got a lot of stamps in here. It's fluffy. By color again. And there are pages that are coming like together, so like in clumps. So anyway, a lot in that one. There we go. There's the books of stamps. We are going to do them. I'm going to try to get them on the table. Try to do them. Let's do the A one. Let's do it for 45. The B one, I think we could do for 40. The C one doesn't have very many stamps in it, and we're going to do it at 28. And the D one, I think we're going to do let's do it at 60. It has the most stamps and it's thicker. These three here are hardback covers. And even the cover with the label to make into a journal would be cute. So there's those. Okay, so I'm going to do antique stamp collection books. And the word go, they're already priced there. So just tell me a letter if you would like one. Thank you guys very much for hanging out with me tonight. I really appreciate you guys spending time with me and looking at all the things. And I know that you guys liked the video from yesterday and you liked the video from today. And tomorrow's video is a single-sided 12 by 12 one-sheet wonder, but it's a new one that I came up with. And so that's what's video is tomorrow in the 365 series. Okie doke. It looks like Lois is going to take the B. Thank you. Lois. And then Alice is going to get the A. Alice W. Thank you. And then it looks like Carrie G is getting the D book. And is there anyone for the C? I only have the C left, and the first person who mentions the C is Catherine. Perfect. I appreciate that very much. Thank you. And it's single-sided paper, which is nice because I still have a ton of scrap of paper that's single-sided. And a lot of, like, if you buy a pack, like a pad of paper, a lot of it is still single-sided. The D went to Carrie. I know you don't have sound, but I can't, you can't do it any other way than that. Okay, moving on. We have some documents. We have a bundle of documents. I have some random things from the back table. And this is a large bundle of French documents. So, you know, it's good size. Good size documents. C has gone to Catherine. Here's kind of where it opens. So you can see we have handwritten. We have early typewriter on onion skin. There's a whole pile of onion skin in here. Then you have some of this that's like mimeograph type. There's those ones. There's a pin up here at the top, or like a rusty pin with some other ephemera tucked in there. Then you have more handwriting. More handwriting. This is like an onion skin. Onion skin. A little note that's pinned to this one. I want this to fold back together, so I'm trying my hardest to keep it that way. But you're basically going to get a bundle. I need this to tuck back in there. A bundle of French papers. Here's some more of the onion skin. There's some more letters. I think this opens a little form back there. There's another little note. There's some more of those forms, but they're written on. That one, a report. This is definitely onion skin. Lovely onion skin that you can kind of see through, right? And that's paper clipped there. Then you've got this letter. And these have all been 30s and 40s so far. Here's another part. There's that one. There's this one. These are onion skin again. There's this one. And that one. So basically, you get a bundle of fun French papers to play with. 30s and 40s, okay? There's that guy. And we're going to, what should we call it? Antique French bundle of paperwork. And I don't know how many pieces are in there, but you just saw me kind of flip through the whole thing. There is a good bit in there. Like, there's a good bit. I don't know how to tell you, but it's thick. Anyway, I'm going to do it for 70. There's the go for that one. If somebody would like that, let me know. And I'll price it at 70 there. I mean, it's a good bundle for collage. It's a good bundle for pulling apart and putting into journals. And if I made packs of this, it would be more than 70 for sure, because there's at least like 70 pages in there. The onion skin is all pinned together, and we usually do that for like $1.50 or something. So anyway, there's that one. And it looks like maybe Shauna D might want that one. Thank you, Shauna. All right. Well, I have other things, but I'm not sure how much we want to do tonight. It kind of seems like maybe I should. Shauna, I put your name on it, hun. You've got it. Thank you. Maybe you guys want books or something else that I have not offered you. I hate to go back to books, but we could do books. What would you guys like to see, like, in categories? Do you want to see something different that we've never done? Do you want to see books? Let me know what you guys are into tonight. I just want to make sure that I'm showing you what you want to see, if possible. I know you guys have put requests, and I'm working on those. So if you've already said it, I have been trying to pull it for you. I have. We have these. I don't know. These are something different that we don't normally do. And so I have a bunch of basically patterns, plans, and there's a bunch of them in here. And what they do is they're patterns and plans to make these little wood pieces. And so you know how we have so these are made out of wood. You know how we have, what are those machines that you buy and they like laser cut the wood for you? These are patterns for not laser cutting, obviously, because it's before laser cutting time, but they're patterns. And you would cut out these pieces. You would cut out these pieces of wood, okay? And the cut out wood pieces would make either a small piece of furniture, a desk organizer, something ornate, decorative, for your home. And so these patterns, there's kind of the front part of the pattern. I'm trying to show you the front part of the pattern. And then you would cut out these. You would trace them and cut them out. And it says like piece A, piece B, piece C. There's the slots are numbered where the things attach together. So it is a pattern to make. This is like a magazine rack or a letter rack or something like that. And there are pictures of finished pieces in here too. I think that is this. So anyway, there's different patterns. This one is different and it's already been kind of used or something, but it's a piece that looks like this. And somebody has cut out part of it, but this is just a piece of a pattern. So there's patterns in here. I don't know how this folds back up now. Here we go. There's that one. And it makes this part, but not the daggers. The daggers have been cut out already, but there's that. And what was that? Some kind of letter holder, I believe. And then I think these were letter openers. And then there's this one. We're kind of in show and tell mode tonight. So there's this one. And this one makes the little corner shelf. That little corner shelf. And so it has the decorative panels for the sides. These are your actual shelf pieces. And here's the decorative panel for that side. And again, like it has lovely typography at the top of it. It is very, very pretty. And if you're thinking about, well, what could I do with them? I think that you could take these and have these made into plans for one of those laser cut machines. And then you could actually, with this pattern, laser cut these and like mass produce them and make them in Etsy or whatever. I know that you could do that. It would take a little bit of like CAD or something to get them all into laser form, but I know that you could. And so there's that. There's a shelf. So are you guys interested in purchasing them as like each individual plan? Or are they just cool and you don't know what to do with them? Did we already see this one? I don't think we did. This is a different one. And so this one is a little doll bed. See the little doll bed here? A little doll bed. Possibly a dog bed, but to me it's a doll bed. So there's a doll bed. I bought them and paid a certain amount of money per plan. Let's look at this one. Glowforge, yeah. I was thinking that you could do something with them like that. And you know, these are really ornate compared to other things I see people make. This one is the pattern and plan to make that basket. And again, the typography at the top is super cool. It's been folded a long time and it's starting to come apart where the fold line is. And I'm just making it worse, but there it goes. So, I know, right? They're very cute. Here's one that makes that kind of like a sleigh, right? And I know that there's one in here that makes this box. There's one in there that makes whatever that is. These are Victorian things and Victorian patterns. So in the 1800s, they were making these from these patterns. And then there's a bunch more that I don't know. Here's one that makes this clock. There's one that makes a wheelbarrow. There's one that makes this letterbox. Here's one that makes this with these phoenixes, like a vase with phoenix. This one makes like a shelf and then two wall pieces that maybe, I'm not sure, two wall pieces. This one makes this like a caster set for your table. I'm not sure what that one is. This one makes a wooden box, like a tray. This one makes this shelf. Very fancy shelf. So anyway, there is a lot of patterns in here. I don't even know what these ones are, but they're a little different. This one. This is the little wooden box. The wooden box. It's very decorative. I think you could even take this and trace this onto paper and maybe cut out some type of fiberboard. I don't know what they were cutting these with. I can't for the life of me think about what they were cutting such intricate things with in Victorian times, but I think they're that old. They certainly look that old. So that's those. If anyone is interested, just let me know, because otherwise I don't really know what to do with them. But that's those. You're in love with the fabric sample paper? That's awesome. I love that, Kendall. That's awesome. They would be good for lots of things. I don't know about like tearing them apart. Like I couldn't do it probably at this point. I am trying to figure out a way where someone can actually repurpose them into something. Like if they were able to make this back then, we have to be able to make it now. I don't know how long it took or what they were cutting them with, but the paper here is very thin. It's like thin paper. It's not like sewing tissue, but it's thin paper. I think you could, but they're pretty large. Okay. So I could do them individual or I could do them as a whole. I I'm just going to be honest. I did pay per pattern. I really like the typography and I am interested in trying to figure out how to recreate, like, how would we make this? How would we cut this out? Clearly they cut it out of something, but I don't know what they cut it with or cut it out of. Maybe it was just one of those projects where, we didn't have TV, whatever. I don't know. They had more time on their hands and they really did sit there and intricately cut this out of wood or something. I don't know. You would have to have a tiny little saw or something to get in there and do those intricate things. So I don't know. Anyway, all right. So is there anyone out there interested in them as a collection? Because I will offer them as a collection to keep them together first. Anyone interested in the collection? I wonder, but they'd have to have a pretty tight, one that could get in all these little intricate areas. Because there wasn't much space to get a tool in there. A jigsaw would be great, but I've never seen one that small. I'm not really into tools that much, but I'm just saying I've never seen one that small. Okay, so if no one wants them as a whole collection, I think I'm going to hold on to them for now because I would like to have, I'd like to sell them as a whole collection. I wondered about a Dremel. That was my first thought when I saw them. I'm like, I could take a Dremel and get in there and do it. But I don't even know if you could do it with a Dremel. I don't know. Nita is interested. Okay. So if I just tell you how many there are, and I'm not sure what coordinates with what, but one, this one is a partial. 2, 3, 4. This one we never even saw. There's that shelf. Look at that one with the bird, the rooster. So that was 4 or 5. See, I don't know what goes with what, but 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 2 here. 9, 10, 11, 12. I think these are this. 12. That's maybe partial, 13. There's 13 whole. And then I don't know, there's some that don't have a picture, so I don't know which ones are over here, but 13 whole. And then some that look like maybe they were used. I guess this one doesn't look used. It's just more fragile. Much thinner paper on this one. And it's something we haven't seen. It's kind of like a jack-in-the-box. I don't know for what, but it's like a little jack-in-a-box kind of a guy. He's kind of creepy looking. Do you see him? Anyway, we didn't ever see anything that went to. I pulled it back up better. I mean, cool for scanning. That's really cool for scanning. Anyway, so there's that. And it looks like this one might be cut into. Like they cut out part of it and used part of it. I won't open it up, but it looks like you have the side things. But I don't know. Maybe this is it. Maybe it's there, but that one looks cut. And this one we know that the sword pieces are not here. So anyway, maybe 14 of them total. There's that. 14 total. A hand router with a pattern bit. See, I just think you guys can make them. I really think you guys can make these things. I would definitely be into the scanning it and converting it and making my laser cutting tool cut it out, because I'm not going to have the time or the patience to do it. But anyway, I'm going to put this in here as a lot. Okay. And we're just going to say woodworking pattern lot. I'm going to ask, like, I don't know, let's do 10 per pattern for like the whole patterns that were there. Let's ask 140 for the lot. There it is. I mean, I would really like, if I was going to tear them up, to use some of the ones with the fancy writing at the top, or at least scan that part of the typography. But I really want somebody to make these. I mean, I think we would all buy some of these if you would make these. I know it would take a long time unless you were doing it with a laser cutter, but anyway, there's those. And they just come together in this paper. That's what I got them in. And it's like somebody's homework that just kind of keeps them all together. So there's those. Nita, thank you very much. I hope you enjoy them. Are you going to tear them up, or are you going to try to make them? Or maybe you don't know yet. Thank you. Yeah, if you do use them for junk journals, make sure you post it in the Facebook group. Thank you. So you guys are getting into the weird back pile of paper stuff. All right, moving on. Keeping with the weird, I have a whole pile of super great things, but we're into the weird mood tonight. So we're going to go with weird. We're going to go with weird. So I have a collection of old French paper bags. And by paper, I don't really mean like paper like we're used to. This is a coffee bag. So you know how we have coffee bags like this here, but we more like have sugar and flour bags that are like this, or cornmeal bags. This is a French coffee bag. Okay. And it is like a special glassine type paper. It's not shiny or anything, but it's not shiny, but it looks shiny. It's not shiny. It's really cool, and it's like a peachy color. Peachy apricot. And then there is a coffee bag that looks like this. Great typography. I don't know how old it is, but it's here in this collection of bags. It looks old. So there's that one. That one's definitely old. Then there's this coffee bag, and it is orange. There's that coffee bag. And again, this one is a glassine, and it is shiny like glassine. But they're all lined so that you can put like food in them or whatever. But there's 3 coffee bags. Maybe you collect coffee. Somebody out there is doing a coffee journal. So there's 3 coffee bags in different sizes. And then you have one that's crumpled and 2 that are not crumpled, of this kind of like a takeout bag. It has brioche and croissant in it. It's old because these aren't the way they do their phone numbers. So I believe these things are old. So there's 6 bags. What can you do with them? You can make journal covers out of the bags. You can sew this into a journal, like a French journal, and just have it be a piece of ephemera. You could probably make these into journal covers. Yes, it would take some smoothing out of the wrinkles, but I think these wrinkles will smooth, especially if you iron them. Anyway, there's 6 bags. We're into the weird section. You guys seem to be up for weird tonight. So Halloween kits, they would. Okay, here we go. If you guys give me just 1 second. I need to look for something quickly. Just one sec. Okay, we're good to go. Here we go. It's just, I don't know, a collection of vintage French food bags. I don't know how else to say it. It's food and coffee, so food bags. We're going to do it for $12. Coffee bags can sometimes sell for more than $12 on their own, and there are 3 coffee bags. These came with it, but really, I think the value is in the coffee bags. So there's the 3 bags, or 6 bags. And that one went to, apparently you all like coffee bags. That one went to Shauna H. Shauna H, thank you. The weird section. Okay. Now this one is weird. We have this one. This one is some stencils and some other miscellaneous art related materials. In this folder right here, see this on the front, this has been stenciled. So there is a stencil in here that is this exact pattern, and then there's a couple other stencils. And so it's like a little metal sleeve that you put stencils inside of to keep them organized or flat or whatever, protected. So this stencil is right here. I don't know if you guys will see it, but that's the stencil that this image is. So that one is in here. I'm going to slide it back in so it can glare the camera. But there's that stencil. So if you wanted to stencil that, you've got that. Then there's this little stencil. It's a greeting stencil. Okay. So there's that stencil. And then there's this stencil, which is wishing you a happy Easter. You don't have to stencil this part if you don't want to. You could just stencil that. You almost could stencil it and embroider it. And I'm pretty sure that's what these are for, is for embroidery. So you would stencil your fabric and then embroider. Maybe. I'm not really sure exactly, but I think you could because they're mostly just lines, right? So there's that pack of them. Mixed in that, you have this stencil, and this is old. So there's that. I mean, it's grungy. I don't know. There's that one. Then I have 2 of these, and I don't know why, but there's 2 of them. These came with something else that I bought. So there's 2 of these. So that was the stencil collection. And then you have some weird art furniture. They're like, it's like a picture. Some kind of, I don't know, advertising promotional materials for this furniture. Very modern for the time. Looks like maybe a catalog, but it's an actual, like, it's on photograph paper. It's thick. So some modern furniture. I told you it's a weird lot. Then you have a grade book for this person. And inside it has their grades from 1908 through 1912. And so this person, there's their grades. Their classes, their grades, their report card, all of their grades are listed on there. Their different classes. And there's that. So you get a grade book, and you also get a design book. So in this design book, which is kind of a large book, there's different like drawings, technical drawings for something. I don't know what, but metal funnels. I don't know what these are for. Some notes. These ones are where you would fill this in, but it has not been done. It's like the class workbook for design. And so all of that. And there's a bunch more in there that I'm skipping. But there's that little collection of weirdness. When they come with something else, I don't really know what to do with them. So there they are. That's a collection. All right, here we go. I'm going to say French stencil art class lot. And we're going to do it for, I mean, the stencils obviously is where the, I guess, the money is worth or whatever. But we're going to do this for, I'm going to ask $40. It basically just needs to find a home from my table. It needs to find a home. And that goes to Alice. Alice, thank you. All right. Let's see what else I can find in the weird section. We have 50 minutes. I will save all of the other new packs of paper and ephemera for Thursday when we are wanting to dive a little deeper into that kind of stuff. Let's see. I don't know what else to show you guys, in all honesty. I really don't. Possibly Grace. I have no idea. It's on my table and it needs to find a new home. If it's okay with you guys, I think I would like to wrap for tonight. The problem is I'm just tired and I don't know what else to offer. We did pretty good on some things and getting them out of piles and out of trays. And off of the back table too. I'm going to flip the camera back around. I never wrap early. I don't. It's not my thing. The music cards are behind me, but you can see them. They're literally right in that bin. And they are going with another pack of ephemera. So on Thursday, I will have the 2-pack of ephemera of little like journal cards kind of things, but they're old. And then you can see I have other paper packs and whatever prepped back there. The table of weirdness is where the purple thing is, right here. And right over, I can't bend my arm that far, but back there. And then you can see Halloween kits are right here. And they're gone. Anyway, I do need to rest. Obviously, I'm not quite on my game tonight. I was, let's see, having a hard time with words, having a hard time with names. Just in general, having a hard time. I will be back Thursday, and I will have whatever else we've prepped for you in the meantime, as well as the things behind me. I think you guys can see, like, right, where is it? Right there, over there, or this way. I can't figure it out. Over there, there's a huge bin of tickets, and those tickets need processed for you guys to brown German tape. Somebody has to cut that, and it's not going to be me, and it's not going to be right now. So the cutting of things like that takes a really long time. So as soon as we can get some of that stuff done, we will. Obviously, I haven't invoiced you all for 2 weeks, and I think that is also kind of weighing on people's minds, because if they don't have an invoice, maybe they didn't keep track of their purchases, and so they don't know what their invoice is going to be. So I think we probably just need to get the invoicing done, and then everyone will know where they're at and we can move forward. I don't like to have to sell on top of another sale either. And I thought about not selling this week in its entirety, but everyone has bills to pay. So I didn't want to not sell this week either. So we're kind of, I don't know, we need to get faster with processing, and I hope that we can very soon. At least having it all invoiced and packed and shipped in the processing week is an improvement, instead of having to go over a week or something. But it's all getting worked out. If I if something changes, I will let you know, but I will be here on Thursday, and all of your stuff, I mean, half of it already got packed. We just need to weigh it and print your shipping labels. And we are working on invoicing as we speak. So if you're waiting on that, it's happening. And for me, I think I'm just tired. I'm not adjusted to waking up so early already again. Like the 4 or 5 a.m., it's just it would be different if you got up at like 7 and, started working and doing that kind of stuff and was done by, 6 p.m. But running from 5 a.m. until 8 p.m. or really even 9, because somebody has to process all this and clean this up, it is killing me. It really is. Thank you guys for being understanding. I really appreciate it. I think it has been a little rough, and, I think it's just kind of ebbing and flowing, right? It's been a little rough. Thank you guys. I will see you on Thursday. I'll be here if this was your first sale. So here's how it works again quickly. If this was your first sale ever with me, don't look for an invoice until after I've sold on Thursday, and then you'll get an invoice after Thursday. So everything for the same week is on the same invoice. And then I sell this week and I sell next week, and then everything ships. So just kind of pay attention to the, what cycle we're in, what week we're in. This is week 1 of a new sales cycle. Next week is week 2, and then everything processes and ships. The faster that you guys pay your invoices, the faster we can actually print your shipping labels. I have some that I printed for some international people, and they were really expensive labels. And then their invoices don't get paid. And then so I'm just waiting for you to pay your invoice before I buy your shipping label, kind of a deal. Thank you guys. I know my grandson's coming, so I do need some rest before that for sure. He's going to wear me out, I'm sure. Not because he's moving around and like crawling and running and walking, more so because he's probably going to be like, I'm in a new environment. I'm scared. Where's my mom? I don't know. Hopefully he just sleeps well and he laughs and plays and whatever, and he's not crying so much. I just will feel so helpless if he cries, because I won't, there's 3 things. You feed them. Maybe they need their diaper changed. Maybe they're sleepy or they want held, but there's very few things that you can do when a baby is crying, right? So anyway, I'm looking forward to it. It'll be a fun time, hopefully. I'll let you guys know how it goes after this weekend. Thanks, guys. I'll see you guys again soon. Bye, guys.